Welcome one and all here to the Umzansi Esports League. We are here for the 5th season as we continue to find out who is the best of the best in the African continent and elevate all the talent that we want to see competing at the highest level. My name's Snare. I'm joined today by Tendo Plays. We'll be bringing you the FIFA22 segment. But before we do that, before we get anything else out of the way, Tendo, good sir, how are you today? How's it going?
Doing good. Okay, I'd be lying if I'm saying I'm doing good. I've been suffering. The power situation is still very, very bad here. Still in a different room, but you know what? I'm keen to watch the games tonight, and I think today is kind of like a dream matchup kind of day for the FIFA 22 segment.
Absolutely it is. And of course, as Tendo was outlining, we do start with FIFA 22, but later on in the day, we'll be moving over to PUBG Mobile. But nonetheless, all of it is about trying to find out who is the best of the best within the African continent. And with that, we're going to be seeing who is going to be playing up against each other today. And of course, as Tendo was mentioning, we're starting with FIFA. Interesting matchup here. Darth Mayhem taking on Mobizilla. Then we move over to Masum versus Divak. And then later on, of course, our 3 maps in PUBG Mobile, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, with groups B and C taking each other on those maps. But we start the day at the very beginning. It's the second day of the second week here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And Tendo, this is an interesting matchup. Darth Mayhem versus Mobizilla. Now, in the past, Darth Mayhem has had a lot of difficulty playing up against some of the more established names within the Umzansi Esports League scene. Mobizilla, of course, being a mainstay, has been here with us since the first season. Hasn't necessarily done the best. Has sort of always been this mid-table kind of player. What are we expecting from these two taking each other on in this opening matchup of the day?
I'm hoping for a competitive one, honestly. I think it's time for Darth Mayhem to really show what he's got, and Moby's a good opponent for that. Like you said, Moby's kind of been a season at the end, in the middle of the table, not really contesting too much for those playoff positions, not really getting relegated either, right? He's just doing enough to stay in the league. But in this kind of situation, if you're Darth Mayhem, you have to take it, because this is one of those players that you can really take an advantage of, and it just takes a couple of points. Trust me, it just takes a few points to get out of that relegation zone. I mean, in the past, we've seen relegation be almost, just 6 points, 2 wins, and you would have been good. And sometimes people struggle to get those 2 wins. Later, Masum and Divak is also going to be a really nice matchup, I feel. It just looks like it's going to be a competitive day.
Going to be a very competitive day, and obviously we're not competing for nothing. We're not just competing for accolades. We're competing for some sweet cash money. Here in the Umzansi Esports League, we're giving away $17,600, $15,100 in the PUBG Mobile segment, and the other $2,500 here in the FIFA 22 side of things. Obviously, some of y'all might think this is unfair, but we have to remember, FIFA is an individual sport. Therefore, all the money you get all by your lonesome. And if you win, that $1,200 is yours to take home to the bank, baby. But Tendo, sadly, if you come 8th or 7th, that $50 is not nothing, but it's certainly not why you're practicing day in, day out, showing up week in, week out, competing here in the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, it's definitely not what all these players are coming to play for. You never want to finish last or second last. You looking to maybe finish mid-table, and you know, feeling good about yourself. You definitely want to make it into that playoff weekend so that you can be battling it out to win that 1.2. And I mean, this is also like, when you look at the table, right, it can also give you a little bit of pressure, because you see all this money on the line and you're just like, all right, well, if I don't find a way to get to the top, then I'm going to start having problems. You start to doubt yourself, etc., etc.
Absolutely, and we're going to be seeing now, as we look at these standings, exactly what kind of pressure can mount from that prize pool distribution. The way it's looking right now, if you're one of the players at the bottom, you start really getting into your own head about, wow, there's so much money to earn. But it's not just that simple for them. The players at the top as well have to worry about this too. The Beast Biaggi, the Bobo Beast, they're looking at how much prize money can be won if they end in the upper positions, but also knowing that any mistakes then suddenly careen you down the pecking order, denying you a shot at that 1,200. But obviously, that's still further down the line for now. It's still more about each individual matchup and seeing how you can build up from there. Today, of course, we did see that we're going to be starting off with Mobizilla versus Darth Mayhem. At least one of these players, Tendo, will get some points today. At least one. It might be both of them getting a point on the board, but at the very end of this matchup, there's a guarantee that neither of these two gentlemen, or at least one of these two gentlemen, will be outside of that relegation zone.
yeah, one of them will be outside of it. And if you're looking towards Moby, who's currently sitting on -1 goal difference, it's a good situation, right? Because if he scores enough goals just after this match, he should be sitting at fourth place. But obviously, there is a match after this where we'll be looking at Divock and Masum, so that will obviously shake up the tables. But if you're Moby right now, you have to hone into that idea that, hey, after this match, I could be fourth place if I play my cards right. And if you're Darth, obviously, you can't have like a chill day in the park right now. I'm talking about. You need to make sure you come guns blazing because Moby is a formidable foe, and if you are not ready for that, it can spill for a lot of trouble, and you don't want to continue this like spiral of going down this deep dark goal difference like he did in that previous season that he was in here in the Umzansi Esports League. For him, he needs to just try get these 3 points and just chill on what he's got there, right? Build off that and find a new way to kind of just find a voice inside of the league.
Yeah, as you say, he has had to come in and out of this particular competition before. Darth Mayhem hasn't had the greatest success in the past, and there was a point in time when he was sort of the punching bag for the players at the top. Moby has been a gatekeeper for such a long time that it's kind of like you say, this is the opportunity for Darth Mayhem to demonstrate he belongs here. Opportunity for Moby to demonstrate that, no, I'm still pretty good. It's just I don't look as good against the best of the best of the best, but that's the best of the best of the best. So it's kind of expected that I'm not going to be looking at my maximum strength in that particular arena. I'm very excited to see how this particular game is going to pan out because, like you mentioned, Moby has a chance here to elevate himself to fourth place, depending on the goal difference. But I really want to see Darth Mayhem. And the reason why, Tendo, is because remember yesterday's matchup when we saw Young Savage taking on Bobo Beast. Bobo Beast, yes, they might have wound up drawing the game out, but he was clearly the more consistent and overall better player in that particular matchup between the two. He just got unlucky with Young Savage. Being explosive Young Savage, what can you do? But what he's done, Tendo, is he's demonstrated that it's possible to make that path from Nkosi Super Cup. You might not have to have a stellar season like Young Savage did, where you come up and immediately win that season, but you can come up, remain there, demonstrate that you belong there, that you can hang with the big dogs. So I want to see the same coming out of Darth Mayhem. We haven't seen him in the league for a while, and we hope that he's been leveling up. With that, though, the first match he played last week against Giulio the Beast Bianchi, yes, he might have lost. Yes, he had a massive goal difference against them. But Tendo, he scored that opening goal. Initially, he looked so good that we were confused. We were like, wait, is that the Beast? This guy right here? So it's not like it's completely going to be a wash, right? There's still some signs of hope and an opportunity for him to show us the signs of improvement that he's gone on to over these years.
Yeah, and I definitely think he has the room to improve. He just needs to find, again, his voice in the league, his play style, and what really works for him, that he'll be able to be a dominating force. But yeah, he's just got to stay in it this time around, right? I don't think we're expecting him to win it. We are looking at him maybe being in that relegation zone, but he's got the opportunity to make it out of there, right? And it starts really by taking Moby down, because these are kind of those opponents that on your journey, when you're tracking out, all right, where can I take these W's? Where am I going to struggle? Who do I really need to counter strat? This is one of those fixtures I feel for Darth coming into the league, that he knows that Moby isn't too big of a threat right now to kind of be at the top of the table. This is where you have to take them, right? This is how it is. This is like one of those mid-table Premier League matches where you're just like, these teams are really just fighting to make sure that they are not getting into those relegation zones, right?
Yep. Everton versus Tottenham, let's go. Let's see what's going to be happening in that regard. Certainly, Mobyzilla also be trying to demonstrate that, I'm going to get these easy points because it's probably one of the easier matchups for him going forward. But let's see exactly how easy it's going to be for either of these gentlemen, because that game of FIFA 22 is now ready. Mobyzilla versus a Darth Mayhem. Let us get into it. We've already had the kickoff here, Tendo, and as usual, everybody's playing wing back, Juan Cuadrado. But one thing I love about Moby, he's also adopting this Serie A meta, man. MLS is on the team, but we'll talk about it in a second, this team selection, because he's going on a very fast attack here. Nuno Mendes on the wing, but can't get the ball clear because the great prophet is there. But as I say that, he still gets it back. Neymar getting himself to Verratti. Woo! Marco Verratti getting a shot off there, but unfortunately, it does get curled wide. If it bounced out of the back of the net, it would have been a phenomenal start there for Mobyzilla, but I'm gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way, and that also gives an opportunity for Darth Mayhem to potentially make something happen of his own accord. Playing a very meta team here, Tendo. not that many surprises. Only 1 or 2 here. I see Sandro Tonali, but everything else seems quite cookie cutter from Darth Mayhem.
Yeah, seems quite tame, seems quite controlled. I think he will find a way through. And now there's a run here from Verratti. Moby sends the lob ball, the header in! Almost a goal. Ooh, little curler there. Quite interesting. Don't really see that kind of play too often, right? Going in for the header like that. We'll see maybe if we'll see a little bit more from that now. Let's see what Mayhem can do on this attack. Finds Neymar Jr. on the wing, but just pushes that ball a little bit too much. Just a bit. Just got to take it back, man. Marquinhos, Quadrado will link up in play. And yeah, I'm sure for Moby, he'll be able to contain this one or slow things down, send it out with Allison. And, oh, you didn't want to keep that one in, bro. All right. That's unlucky.
Very unlucky, but it is only early on in the game, you know. If you're going to make those kind of mistakes, it's better to make them now before the game really starts to unfold in an interesting direction. We see MLS here. Dude, why are there so many Serie A players here in the Umzansi Esports League? This is kind of ridiculous. Neymar finding Marco Verratti, getting it back to Sandro Tonali, who finds Vlahovic, trying to get somebody occupied and open inside the box here. Nuno Mendes at the edge of the box, can't carry the ball forward. It will go out for a goal kick. And that must feel very good if you're Darth Mayhem. It's one thing to give up a corner kick in that situation, but you feel very defensively sound if you can force the player out of bounds and then you suddenly have possession of the ball back yourself.
Ronaldo on it, finds the through ball in to Mbappe! The chipper! Hey! It's in! It's a goal! On the side of Darth Mayhem. All right, you know what, Sneh? When I said today was going to be an interesting day, I really meant it. I thought that, hey, looking at these matchups, it's definitely not really in the favor of either or, right? You look at this one, Darth Mayhem versus Moby, it's like, all right, yeah, Moby maybe is our favorite winner in this one, but if Darth pulls up, he can really make something happen. Looking later at Divark and Masum, it's another kind of 50-50. Divark is looking not too great, and Masum was looking good, but not that great, right? So... We'll see exactly how this continues. Another lob ball forward, but just too many defenders this time. So you will be able to track back on that one Moby. And bit of a shock, I think, for Moby right now. He's a little bit stunned. Not too sure if he will find a response just yet.
Yep. Especially if we have the defensive form of Darth Mayhem looking like this. Achraf Hakimi has completely dominated that right side of the flag, preventing any movement coming in from Mobyzilla. And the way it's looking right now, Darth Mayhem, he scored a goal against some stellar competition in the past. He's been able to hold his own in underdog scenarios in the past. The question is, though, can he convert this into an actual victory? As he finds the pass to Ronaldo. Ronaldo tries to cut back, but he gets swarmed by literally 4 defenders there. I mean, it's great for Moby that he got that ball back, but it's not a good sign that he required such emergency measures just to keep the ball out of the net.
Yeah, it's feeling a little bit dangerous as well for Moby right now. If he's unable to contain these situations that might occur, we'll see what happens on this attack of his. He's got a little bit of room to work with. He's going for a lob ball as well, but won't find the space. Sends that one out. Yeah, lots of Serie A players everywhere. We're just looking at it. It's kind of crazy, right? Never would have expected it to happen. Now, Mbappe on it. Ronaldo can't find the channel to weave his way through there. So now it will be an attack for Darth Mayhem that just ends real quick. Yeah, just nope.
Just nope. Chiellini's there, you know. Actually, I wonder if we were to compare across seasons, how many Serie A players we have now versus then. Because I don't remember us seeing many players outside of like 1 or 2 people bringing in Juan Cuadrado last season on the wing. But even now, he's being played as a wing back. Things have changed in the meta, Tendo. You love to see it. You know that these players are evolving, practicing constantly, trying to find the edge in this competition. And this edge might belong to Darth Mayhem right now. But he's got this deep run with Vieira, trying to get the ball past Nuno Mendes. He doesn't get it, but he still maintains possession of it. Going onto the touchline, the pass, trying to isolate Mbappe. It instead finds Marquinhos. And that's going to be yet another situation that Moby does bounce away from the back of the net, but still feeling very much under pressure at this point in time.
Yeah. Wide ball now, down the wing. And the defense is closing him out. Moby's just got no room to work with right now. Every time he's on the ball, it just feels like Darth is able to close him out. Just like that. Takes the ball. Stealing candy from a baby. Someone stop him, I swear. But here he is, still recovering, still finding some room. Maybe, yeah. It's sliding in. There's nothing he can do about it. It goes past the keeper. Oh, that's just that's painful to watch. You know, when someone just scrapes on the chalkboard. That's how it feels, right? It's just like
He's just inflicted not just a goaltender, but that's some psychic damage as well. That's the kind of thing that can break your mentality in a game like this, where FIFA primarily about confidence, primarily about momentum. So now Darth Mayhem is going to have to find a way back into it. And already we're seeing some of the impact here, Tendo. Before he was very crisp on these runs with Neymar. Now suddenly losing control of the ball in a situation he should have been able to maintain a control of it. So we'll have to see if he can muster that inner resilience to make sure that he doesn't lose control. But now Mobizilla trying to make sure that he's on the front foot off the back of the scored goal. Barati trying to find Vlahovic, lobbing it past the defender here. Will be able to get to him. But unfortunately for him, Chiellini gets to the other side of the ball first. Prevents the lob from going into Neymar. So that's going to prevent the second goal. But Moby doing a great job of dragging your goal back, Tendo, because one of the most important things when you're playing this game is the timings. Halftime, the end of the first leg. Every single time that we've seen a player unable to mount some kind of comeback, before then they lose. But if they can make something happen just before halftime, make something happen just at the end of a leg, suddenly they look very well favored to control the rest of the game. So now I'm thinking that Moby must feel that the ball is actually in his court and that it's his opportunity now to see out the rest of the game and score the necessary goals for victory.
Yeah, I think so as well from Moby. And I was about to mention how Moby is one of those players that we almost always see on the back foot in the beginning of a game. And giving the circumstance, him starting on the back foot against Darth Mayhem, who doesn't have that much experience in the league, this could spell trouble for Darth if he's unable to stop Moby once he's got his fire blazing. We'll see now if he can create anything from this attack. Find some space with Neymar, back to Verratti. The run is on, but the defender's there. Chiellini, once again, just a brick wall in front of Mobizilla. But he's still on it. He's still here with Neymar. There's a run being made. He's looking for the lob pass. And, I mean, it's Chiellini, it's Marquinhos. It's tough to get into this defense right now.
It's very, very difficult to do, to break them down. We have had some defensive replacements, though, as he has brought on João Cancelo on the side here of Darth Mayhem. Whether or not he'll be effective, we will still see as time goes on. I also saw that he brought on Rodrigo on the other side, so looking for a little bit more pace and explosiveness to try and break through the defense of Mobizilla. He's realizing that he's under some pressure himself, but Moby's responding very well to this. Here in the second half so far, Tendo, he's been in complete control, had the lion's share of the possession. Every kind of move that we've seen from Darth Mayhem has been defensive in nature so far. Haven't really seen him be able to utilize any of these new players just yet, but here might be his opportunity, Tendo. He needs to try and turn this into a successful attack.
And a successful attack, it is not, as Moby is able to snuff that attack out. He'll be able to recycle the ball. He's got to be careful. Verratti's on it, holds onto it well. Now Mendes can run it down the wing, but defenders are tracking him well. It will stop the pace of this attack. Verratti now down the middle, and it's just a squandered pass here. Darth, maybe he can build something from this. He's looking for that long ball in, but just won't find the room to work with. And it's a bit of a haphazard situation. Now Neymar's in, the shot's in. The keeper spills it again, but we'll catch it ultimately at the end. Oh, it's a lot of trouble right now. It's not done. Yeah, you're right. Neymar's on it. Neymar takes a shot. Neymar sends it wide. Mobizilla, 2 opportunities. Just missed now.
2 opportunities missed, unable to find the back of the net. But more importantly for him, though, is he's still keeping the pressure onto Darth Mayhem, disallowing any kind of progressive attacks. I mean, since this half has started, I don't think we've actually seen Darth Mayhem touch the ball in the final third successfully just yet. He's always been muscled out once it gets past this midfield position. We're going to see, though, he needs to mount yet another defense. As Sandro Tonali interplaying with Marco Verratti here for Mobizilla, looking to try and penetrate this defense. MLS gets a deep ball onto Neymar, but Marquinhos is there. Heroics from the Brazilian here, Tendo, to make sure that this backline stays clear for Darth Mayhem. But you'll never feel good when you require those heroics constantly after each passage of play.
Yeah, you can never feel good. If it always takes a clutch to get out of a situation, it's going to be a lot of clutches by the end of the game. We'll see now what Moby can construct from this midfield position. Verratti's taking a crack of a shot, but there's just too many white jerseys in front of them.
Yeah.
It's just way too many. And so I wanted to ask a question to you, right? It's this game compared to Bobo Beast and Young Savage, a lot slower, right? It just feels like the pace has just been turned down. Yesterday, watching Bobo Beast and Young Savage back and forth, and this one just feels a lot slower. But before I say that, it looks like maybe something will happen. But no, Chiellini is looking to get man of the match right here.
These bald-headed Italians, man. Their defense is just way too strong. But you're certainly right. This game is a lot more considered, a lot more slowed down in pace. And it doesn't necessarily feel like either player has that maximum confidence that they can guaranteed win if they just find their opportunity. They're both still trying to poke and prod at each other. We're going in. Oh, good header. But unfortunately, it does go wide. You were asking earlier, Tendo, whether or not this guy on Mobizilla would actually be able at this point in time to reliably keep using those headers. And he does so again. That's like the third time he's done so in this matchup. Most of the time, we rarely see it. We'll see now, though, finally an attack from Darth Mayhem. He's inside the box. Neymar looking for the Mbappe run, but unfortunately, all he finds is Marquinhos on both sides of the pitch here, Tendo. That defender is way too strong right now.
Oh, there's a big channel over here, but Verratti doesn't spot the pass out. Moby
That was weird.
doesn't use that opportunity to take an advantage. And both keepers just feel like they are not comfortable right now. It just feels like whenever he gets to the back, there's a whole lot of stumbling over. We'll see now, Verratti on it. There's no room right now for Moby to work with. He's just getting closed out by Darth. And Darth really wants to find his winner. He is the one that scored first, but now it's leveled up. And we're looking towards that BO1 situation, Snare. If this one ends as a draw, that next game, that next leg is going to mean it all for these players. But Moby's still, maybe an opportunity. But no, the defense is just so good. But he's still on it. I don't understand why Darth has not cleared the ball at this situation. It's been really tough for him to just get a hold onto it and just keep possession.
Yeah. He's been fairly disciplined, though, with how he's holding his line at the back. And as I say that, he demonstrates it once more. Intercepts the pass that would have been very threatening and denies a goal to Mobizilla. There was a long period of time, Tender, where we'd see Mobizilla being the only player to get draws in the Umzansi Esports League. I think he had 3 of them at one point in the season, the most by far of any player. And yet again, one of the reasons is that he often wouldn't have the most amount of urgencies in attacks. He takes a long time to build things up, prefers to touch the ball as many times as possible. He'll need a touch here to prevent a goal, though. And Nuno Mendes, good on the move, preventing any kind of run from Rodrigo. And that is going to be keeping this one 1-1. Doesn't feel like it's going to be any goal to end this one out. I must say, though, Tendo, Darth Mayhem has adapted very, very well. His defense has been looking a lot more solid. Less clutch is needed. And he's actually finding spaces for these passes now. He's in the final third. Neymar.
Yo, referee! Referee! Where are you?
Huh? Okay. All right.
What?
All right, Tendo. Little did we know that whilst we were sleeping, the EA devs were hard at work replacing the FIFA 22 referees with Earl Hebner of WWE fame, just allowing major violence on the pitch. That should have been a goal, fam, or at the very least a yellow card. But ultimately it isn't, so it's just 1-1 from the first leg.
Yeah, I was about to mention how Mendes was literally playing rugby and just pushing the player off that ball. Like, no, you're not getting this one today. And then that happens. Moby gets away with interesting stuff there. But now we're in that BO1 situation, guys. And it's got to be tough, I think, for both players. Watching the game, it's a little sloppy, I think, on both sides. There's no real good structure. And, I mean, if you're looking at Moby, he's just trying to lash it forward as much as he can and find any opportunity to take a shot at goal. It's not really working out for him. On the side of Darth, he's defending for his life, basically. It's not like too threatening as it is because he's able to contain most of it. But as soon as he gets into that, attacking third, he's unable to finish. He's unable to find any good passing channels as well. And I just feel like he's not creative right now. So it's a bit of a stalemate right now, I'd say, Snare.
It's a lot of a stalemate. And as you mentioned, Mobizilla keeps trying to attack, but the way he generally tends to attack, he doesn't involve the entire team doing it, so he always has men back with the defense. And Mobizilla always has easy ways to try to snuff out Darth Mayhem, because Darth Mayhem has a bit overcommitted to the defensive side of things in the second half, but we'll see whether or not it's going to remain that way once we get into the second leg, whether or not it's going to be Mobizilla scoring that opening goal, because like you mentioned, he's usually playing on the back foot, playing as an underdog. And that first leg, obviously, it was replicated once more. He had to score the goal to come back. But at the same time, we need him to be able to demonstrate that he can play on the front foot, Tendo. You do not win championships. You do not get to playoffs. You don't get yourself to that $1,200 if you are playing on the back foot all the time. So Moby, we need you to level up, and we are going to see if he's going to be able to achieve that, Tendo, in the second game. We are ready now for leg number 2 here in the FIFA 22 segment. Give me a score. What are we getting in this leg?
In this leg alone, maybe 2-1. 2 Moby.
2-1 Moby. Ooh. I'll keep it a stack. Look, I actually really enjoyed what I was seeing from Darth Mayhem and how he was evolving. And this is what I've been wanting to see from him for a long time. Remember how much we used to complain about his defensive lapses? He's been cleaning that up.
Please just stop. Just stop talking. Just stop talking.
That's my bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
I swear, sometimes when you're just over here sitting on the microphone, just try, do your thing. Just like, yeah, man, I believe in Darth. It is what it is. All right, well, I have just gotten word, guys, that we have done a swap of roles over here. I'm now joined by a different voice, the smooth voice of Iro OG. How are you doing today, good sir?
I am doing great, but the load shedding is still an enemy of casting. So yeah, but we are here, we are great, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the second leg can play out for these guys. I mean, Mobuzila already coming in with a kickoff goal. Amazing.
Yeah, amazing goal coming in from Moby. And Esne Costa cursed just there before he left us. Here's Moby in this situation where he's got a little bit of momentum to work with. We'll see if he can continue it going. And it seems like that's exactly what he wants to do with this attack. He's being a bit of a nuisance right now for the likes of Darth. And Darth can pick it up. We've definitely seen him in the game right now. But here's Neymar trying to lash a shot in front of what seems like a brick wall. And he won't get that one through.
Ooh, but he is getting a great run with Neymar over here. A lot of players making the run upwards as well. So he has the numbers in the box to play around. And let's see exactly how this defense can come out from Moby. Will he be able to hold Darth Mayhem in this position? We can yet to see and find out in this play right now. But it's a great passing and just a bit too aggressive on that one. And he is going to get intercepted.
Yeah, he was just trying to be a little bit too nice there with that pass, Darth. I think if he simplified it a little bit more, it would have been better. He's looking for that long ball. It hasn't been working out too much from Moby. Hakim to Messi. Let's see what Messi can string up inside the box right now. Trying to find an angle. A shot here from Ronaldo. Mbappe on the heading, but he still misses it.
No.
2 opportunities just squandered there for Darth. He's got to be biting himself there.
Just the wrong opposite direction on that block over there. If he just had gone to the left corner, I think that would have maybe potentially gone in. And then the header just went south. Just didn't get to tie things off here. And now we are seeing a great counter play. Cross in, and it does get blocked off. Great defense coming in, but the pressure's there. And ooh, catch to the ball. Great handling from him. And now we see the play coming up from Mayhem in the midfield. It does have a lot of players up here. This could be great coming up from Neymar. Playing around, and he does get that beautiful pass onto Hernandez. And there's numbers in this box here, but he still has the ball. He does get the pass onto Tonali, and now Tonali in the box playing around, but the defense from Moby is holding it down here. This 1-0 lead in the second leg.
Yeah, and this first half seems to be just flying by. 26 minutes already. The ball is out. So that will be a throw in now for Darth. Maybe not. He won't find that. Doesn't find the channel to work with. Oh, Moby's on the attack. He's looking fierce. He's looking to send some numbers forward. Verratti's on the ball, and we've seen him try to take shots with Verratti already. Mendes now on it, and Hakimi, the prophet there, just saving it. Sending it out wide now onto Messi. Maybe Messi and Ronaldo can link up for some good play here. Send it back to the middle. Messi's got some space to work on the side of here.
Ooh.
Brings it in.
Ooh.
A shot in! And Darth finds an answer back. 1-1 at the scoreline right now.
Amazing scenes right there. That's how you bring it back with the pressure coming back and forth between these two players right now. It is 1-1, and are we going to be seeing a repetition of the first leg coming into action? We are yet to find out, but the Neymar still on ball possession for Mobuzila, but it is going to go into the hands of Catch and back onto Mayhem, who has been, I say, arguably the more aggressive player from that first goal coming out from Mobuzila.
2-2 now. And we're back at the draw here. Both players need to find the winner. Will we be seeing the second draw in the Umzansi Esports League? It doesn't look like it as Moby has some space. I speak too soon as the ball goes wide. Doesn't play too well there. Will now be goal kick, and kind of a squandered goal kick there, I feel, from Darth. Verratti will pick up that ball, and the team will build it up from the back. And I mean, Iro, putting in perspective for both these players, this is a must-win game for either of them, right? This is where you're looking to pick up the 3 points, and this is why it's so close. This is why we can't find a winner just yet. Do I speak too soon? Not really, as Czech will be able to pick that one up. But yeah, must-win game for both players. They really need to find this winner.
Yeah, definitely. You can't be coming in with a tie off in your second matches over here following a loss in your first week. So Moby and Darth, a lot of pressure here, and you can see them give their utmost competitive level right here. And the pressure for both these players are at a high because of that. We need those 3 first pointers coming in for either player right now. So to end things off in a stalemate, it's just not it here. So let's see exactly who will be coming out on top in this overall second leg right now. And a good cross coming in, and that is onto the ball of Petch, and does not get a successful run over there, unfortunately.
All right, a time for the players to take a breath, and hopefully they can change a few strategies, because whatever they're doing now is slightly working, right? They're finding the goals, but not quite enough to close it off. And yeah, looking at it, 1 point is not the way you want to exit out of this tie, right? Like you said, you need to find those opening 3 points in the league, just so that you can solidify yourself that, you know what, I do belong here. I can win some games, because the longer you go without winning a game, the more you start to doubt yourself, I feel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Darth Mayhem as well, he's at the bottom with that goal difference as well. So even a stalemate right there is just going to be very difficult for him. So he needs to grab this win and start getting on that leaderboard over there. So I feel for him, there's the most pressure in this match right here in the second week. So let's see exactly how he can turn things around in the second half, or maybe Mo Bazilla for himself, you know, wanting those 3 points this evening. I mean, both players are going to be working very hard for this right here in the second half. It could really be an aggressive goal scoring moments right now.
Lots of congestion there. The ball will go out to Moby. Quadrado on it now. A little bit of space right now for Moby to work with, but it's getting closed off. Holding quite a high line here. It seems that Darth is. But hopefully he doesn't pull too many players away, as there's a space now to work with. There's a turn and a shot in straight to the keeper. Will catch that with firm hands. Nothing to really worry about there for Darth. Now he's got a counter-attack of his own. The sliding tackle in is missed from Quadrado, but the pass squandered. And Allison now at the back will be able to just send the ball forward.
Send the ball forward, indeed. The pressure's off him, and now the counter-attack is in play, but he's taking too long on the decision-making. Finally, still with ball possession. Verratti with a great pass to Neymar. Neymar to, I'm not going to call his name, but Neymar now has the open, but it doesn't take the shot. Unfortunately, a lot of pressure coming out from those defenders on the back line. And there's that player we have right now, Mbappe, who has made a mistake in the first half. Hopefully, we'll be able to see rectify coming out from the individual going into this one right here. But it's still on to Moby, and things are looking quite a sort of back and forth between these two individuals right now in the same level playing field. And I say that, but a cross goes in, and that's no! That's not how you want it to go. That should have been in. That should have been a goal.
That should have been a goal indeed. Moby just misses that opportunity. Really unfortunate. And now there's a lot of room over here. We'll see if Darth can work with the space, and doesn't play it well. Now it'll be the ball for Moby. Moby with Neymar. This can really spill to some trouble as he's breaking away, but not really. As Theo will be able to just contain that situation. Cancelo now will have the ball. And for Darth, he really needs to make sure he can find a good attack in, because it hasn't been looking too good for him this half thus far. Maybe now this is the opportunity he's looking for. He hasn't run it out just yet. There's a pass in, but doesn't find any of his teammates. Tonoli will then scoop the ball up, send it forward to Neymar.
It needs to be more calculated coming out from Darth with those massive fast counter attacks that we are seeing out from him. But he's just not connecting those final passing, and the pressure here from Darth is available. Will he bring that dark magic in with the shot? And it goes into the hands of Allison right over there and onto the play from Moby. And now look at that wing. It's very open. He can't get a pass in, and it does. It's Mendes on the run right here. Not that much players running forward with him, but he's trying to get a pass. It is going to be intercepted. That defense and vision coming out from Darth Mayhem is great. And just look at what I talk about, these fast counter-attacks coming into action. We'd already see Neymar in this build-up right now, but it is just those final key moments that we need from Darth in order to secure a goal over here. And Mbappe with the turn, he's still on the ball possession. The pressure is building up right here, and they can't find a hole, a window for him to just gape in a goal right there. So we'll have to wait and see. But again, these two players back and forth at this moment.
Back and forth it is. The gates are still closed on either side. There's no flooding just yet. Verratti now finds a nice ball in. Will he be able to run on it? He will. Mendes holds on. Will that be a corner? I'm not too sure.
I believe it's going to be.
It just might be.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a corner over there. And I mean, at this point, they're going to need it. A brilliant cross coming in, and hopefully a defender to jump high and mighty to dive it in. The headers we've seen in the second leg have been horrendous, though. So I'm not putting in anything onto these players. Oh, Felipe! Oh! What a save! Catch coming into that ball right there. It's going to keep things at a stalemate right now. But this ball possession is still on 2 minutes. Goes in! And now Mobizilla will be taking the lead towards the 76th minute. There's still time for Darth Mayhem to respond, but will he be able to? Is the question at hand right now. We are seeing a kickoff play coming in, and no, it isn't going to be the luck that he needs right over there.
Oh, man, like scrambled eggs. He's spilling everywhere in that situation. Darth just can't get the team together. Oh, no, it's a dangerous spot again. He's got a pass in. It's a shot in. Moby, 2 goals instantly. What's happening? What's happening to the defense of Darth? It was looking so good for most of this leg, and now it's just crumbling into pieces. Mbappe is still on the ball. Maybe something here with Ronaldo. Will he find a shot? No, he won't. The defenders are there. I mean, now for Moby, it's coasting, right? Nothing to really worry about. Just got to play that game management and just hold on to the ball and, just play for the win.
Exactly. The win is in his hands right now. And it does look like he'll be grabbing the first win of the new season over here. Taking in across and, doesn't connect, but it is on to Felipe. And that is an outside ball shot, but it goes out to catch hands over there. And I have to say, right now, man of the match for Darth Vader. Unfortunately, the 2 goals conceded though, but there would have been a lot more if it weren't for Catch himself grabbing and coming into the clutch play. But there's 5 minutes remaining right here of this second leg right now, and you can see the calculating, passing, the slow gameplay build up coming out from Moby to keep on to that possession and reduce the pressure coming out from Darth Mayhem.
He still has an attack maybe to work with. Cancelo, will he find that run that's being made on the wing? Not really. He's going for the center, and the center is covered. Just unfortunate scenes right now. Philippe Anderson on it. Find some space down the middle with Sinoli. Verratti. Oh, Marquinhos snuffs that one out. Will intercept. I mean, it's all but over now for Darth Mayhem. Moby's still looking to bite at the cherry. It looks like he's still in a dangerous spot, but the defense closes him out well. It will end now. 3-1 in this tie. I believe on the aggregate it was a 4-2, right?
4-2 indeed over there, and he manages to score himself his first 3 points. Mobizilla, congratulations to him. But now Darth Mayhem, and it's not only just 4 goal difference minus 4, it's 5 now, I believe. Yeah, 5 in play, or maybe even 6. But damn, what can the individual do going forward for you?
Look, we saw some good things from him there, right? He looked like he was well put together in certain circumstances. So I just think if he gets a little bit more experience, works on a little bit better of a game plan, he still has an opportunity to probably take 3 points from Ruksa, I feel, because, you know, they're both kind of playing at the same level right now. So, I mean, it's not all over for Darth, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's see exactly what the next weeks will be looking like for him.
Absolutely. We're going to be seeing what the upcoming weeks will look like, but we have finally gotten Mobizilla his first win in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League. Ero, you came in at the right time, fam. And you had to tag me in. If I was there, the Costos curse was going to be too strong. So shout out for making this much more entertaining than it would have been with my curses. But what a game that we saw there from Mobi. Initially, Ero, it didn't seem that great for him, but it's almost like there was a flip of a switch that he hit. Because suddenly, out of nowhere, he started exploding in the latter end of the second half. What do you think changed for him in terms of how he approached this game?
Honestly, I would say the right timed passing for him, because he just got onto the right player at the right moment, especially in such tight positioning where we got his second goal of the match there. There's so many defenders in front of the goalkeeper over there, so the reaction time was just behind, and that is just unfortunate. But Mobizilla's then third goal of the second leg was just more calculated, and he just had that brilliant counter attack.
4-2 is going to be the total scoreline here in favor of Mobizilla. That's going to get him +2 goal difference. He's now positive in that front. Darth Mayhem regrettably sliding down to -6. And Tendo, one of the things Ero was mentioning here was about the correct passes, right? But one thing I really saw from Mobi and what we've seen so far, it's only been the 4th day, but we've seen it reliably, the impact substitutions can make. He brings in Julian Alvarez. He brings in the Lazio superstar Felipe Anderson. Suddenly, almost like Mobizilla became a much more attacking player immediately afterwards. How much of that are we going to be seeing, you think, over the next several weeks, where that substitution makes this massive difference in the team?
Yeah, it's kind of like you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And you pull that trap card out and it's just a wrap for your opponent. I think we'll see a lot more super subs coming into this Season 5 Umzansi Esports League. And, I mean, looking at those standings, it's going to be quite interesting where Mobi is placed, and there he is. He is sitting 4th, just with +1, a little extra, and he would have been sitting comfortably in 4th, because, you know, there's the likelihood that Devak might lose this next game. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. And Darth -6 at the bottom down there on the goal difference, 0 points still, 2 losses. He's got to bring it back, right? It's not good to just keep on taking L's. I think eventually you need to find that W that will give you a lot more momentum and a lot more confidence coming into the remainder of your games. But still an opportunity, I think, for him.
Yeah. There are also bites at the cherry that remain over the course of the next season, but it's a very difficult position to be in. -6 on the goal difference. We've often seen that goal difference can be the key metric that promotes you into the playoffs or forces you into a relegation slot down at the bottom. So it's quite important to make sure that you do not at any point in time allow yourself to keep the slide going. He has to arrest this as soon as humanly possible. But of course, on the other side of things here, Mobizilla getting his first win, getting some positive goal difference. Ero, though, as much as we are happy for Mobizilla that he got this win, as strong as he looked at the latter end of the second half, it's still a worrying sign that it took him that long to beat Darth Mayhem, and the fact that he's not a high-scoring player, just generally, so he could easily still get overtaken by other players racking up more and more goal difference as time goes on.
Exactly. I mean, we mentioned yesterday, you know, Mobizilla comes in with these new players, these different teams that you find out in the sort of Umzansi, and Mobi has that experience year in and year out, and I just feel, you know, at this point, he's on the level of Darth Mayhem, on the level of a new entry coming in, because the experience coming out isn't really exploding. So I want to see Mobi improve. His gameplay is there, but I want to see him much better, performing like the likes of Masoom, Beast Beyond, who have also been here for many years, competing time in and time out.
Absolutely. We would like to see more of that consistency emerge from Mobizilla. We know he has that quality. There's people that joke in the scene that he's the grandfather of FIFA 22 in South Africa, but there's a reason for that.
I wouldn't disagree more.
He's been out here. And one of the things that I'm very happy to see, you were mentioning now how he often introduces some of those new players. The one I'm really looking forward to seeing more of is this Julian Alvarez, which he brought onto the team here. I've always been a fan of Sandro Tonali, so that's a bit of old news, but Alvarez, I feel, is much stronger than a lot of players are giving him credit for. So we'll see if more players will get that card into their team. But we have to remember, this is not the only FIFA matchup of the day, gentlemen. We've obviously seen Moby victorious over Darth Mayhem, but where it really is going to get interesting is seeing this inter-organizational matchup as Masum and Divac are about to take each other on here. The two Bravado men, traditionally, Tendo, when these two play, it's Masum that gets the dub. Traditionally, it's him that is, forcing the organization forward. I mean, he's won an Umzansi Esports League before, right? A defending champion in his own right. What are we expecting here in this upcoming matchup? Do you think Divac has leveled up enough to take down the Iceman?
I think we're going to have to start coining this match the Bravado Derby. And I mean, yeah, look, Divac wasn't looking great in that last match. So if we're looking at it statistically, I think we're going to give it to Masum. But hey, after, that match with Moby, where Divac is sitting right now, 5th place, he might be looking at this like, you know what, actually, I got this. I can do this, And imagine the scenes of Divac's wins right now, because it'll push Masum down so far down the table. So this one is kind of like in the water for me. I'm not even gonna predict. Don't ask me for a prediction. I don't wanna cost the curse it. I feel like Masum is favored. Divac has it in him to win it. But we'll just have to wait and see what they bring on the pitch.
Absolutely. The pitch play is what's going to determine where this matchup ends up at the end of the day. And Errol, what are you looking forward to seeing as Masum takes on Divac? I know you've been a big fan of Masum for a long time, so what do you want to see in the next game?
Honestly, I've been following Masum this year as well, and his competitive shine has been there locally. So definitely seeing a big W coming out from Masum. Divac, I've also, last season he did show a lot of potential. I haven't got to see him this time around. So for me, it's all going to be very new for Divac. How much has he improved in the season to now, So let's see exactly what that is. I'm hoping for some surprises, because that's what FIFA is all about, those last-minute clutches and just having the overall W in general. So let's see exactly. I'm not going to put any predictions too. I don't want you to put pressure on me, please. So we are here with just with an amazing gameplay in our hands.
Absolutely. These two players have brought us some of the showstoppers in the Umzansi Esports League in the past. We're expecting them to do so once again here. As Tendo was mentioning, this is a Bravado Derby. This is a matchup that has major ramifications for your position in the playoff seeds. And this could easily, given where they're both sitting in the table right now, this could easily be the match that determines who gets into the playoffs and who has to resign themselves to a mid-table finish. Masum versus Divac. I am incredibly hyped about this one. But something interesting, because we obviously saw from Mobizilla, former Bravado man in his own right, we saw him bringing forth some new players that we don't often see. Tendo, are we going to be having anything like that happening the next time around? Neither of these players have traditionally been that far removed from the meta, but it feels like it might be a requirement this season that you have to do something interesting. You can't just go cookie cutter if you want to win these games. So what do you think? Are we going to be having, or which one of these guys is best poised to do something interesting in that regard?
I feel like, given the name Iceman, it's kind of funny because Masum has always kind of had a rigid playstyle. It's been a great playstyle, right? Because not that many people have been able to really crack the code on how to beat him. So if anybody's really coming in here with some new spicy metas, pulling in those Serie A players that we are seeing pop up so much, especially in the previous game, I think I'd give it to Divac. I think Divac, still maybe needs to find a little bit more footing inside the Umzansi Esports League, and maybe that will be the way that he'll do it.
Actually, I want to ask you, Errol, right now that he's brought it up again, Tendo, these Serie A players, how many of them do you have in your team right now?
Actually, I'm gone with the Bundesliga and League One, so that is my combination in foot. So yeah, I did start with Serie A, I have to say, Insigne, all those players there, but eventually for me, I moved to League One. I mean, if you look at it, PSG, the chemistry style that you get from the front three is amazing, but then I put in Eusebio, and then I had also Figo. So then I had the combination of Bundesliga and then the League One.
For me, from League One, I think the standout player from that division, outside of the forwards, because whatever, it's going to be Nuno Mendes. But we have little time to think about who's going to be doing what in terms of team selection because we're going to be seeing it live with our own eyes. Aero OG and Tendo plays inside the second matchup of the day. We've got Masoom, we've got Debak, we've got great casters. So take it away, boys. Talk to you after the game.
Okay. Game number 2 here, guys, in the Umzansi Esports League, hosted by Northern Gaming. And the Bravado Derby starts. We'll see what direction it leans towards first. Okay, it's really fast paced. Okay, hold on. I need to take a breather, because it looks like it might be guns blazing right in the beginning. Divak wants to open things early, but hasn't found too much space just yet. Tonali's on the ball. Tonali looking for a pass, but the defense will snuff that one out.
We'll snuff that one out indeed. But I'm excited. Masoom in this position. Divac as well. Both players on the same amount of goal difference and points. It is also a deal breaker here for these guys. And maybe Masoom being the Iceman will have an icebreaker goal. Let's see exactly what that is. And oh no, the pass just a bit too far back for the player. And if that had connected, I mean, we would have had that coming in from Masoom quick and dusted.
Oh dear. El Sharawi. All right. Days snare, and I told you it would be Divak bringing in these interesting players. Days 1, we'll see just what Divak can do right now on his attack. He's looking for a turn in to open some space in the box, but the defense will just snuff him out. Bellingham to Neymar will start to run it out. And all right, 11 minutes in, and I don't know yet, right? I don't know really if it's going to be Masoom on it. We've seen an attack from him just now. We've seen an attack from Divak, so it might be a back and forth.
It might just be, but you know, mistakes can be rectified, and I think Masoom had almost a clear opportunity, just a bit heavy on that pass, and you can see him play a lot more calculated and having more players in the box compared to the attack coming out from Divac over there. And another different player we're seeing is Silas over here, who is quite meta, I would say. 99 pace on him over there, so that's going to be amazing on a break counter over there. So Tonali on to Silas, and it is offside though. It is offside, so that wouldn't even have counted. Would have got me off my seat, I can tell you that for sure.
All right. Oh no, Davis squanders the pass there. Down the middle now. Divak maybe can find some room, no? We'll squander the pass as well. We'll see what Neymar can do from this position. Some interesting mistakes coming through thus far, I'd say. Just warming up with each other. And often, you know, when two players are on the same team, competing under the same organization, they scrim against each other quite often.
Exactly.
And you find these kind of games can be a little bit grindy, you know, they'll be playing it out and it'll be like that back and forth because you kind of know each other's tricks at this point. We'll see exactly if the tricks have been downloaded. El Sharawi on the ball, down to Silas, and just the space closed out in the box.
Yeah, no, the scrimmage and, you know, same organization places, you know each other's secrets, you know how one plays, you get a lot of practice from one another. So here it's just going to be about who manages to go further and beyond in decision making at that moment to break that ice and get a goal going in. So I'm looking forward to seeing who that player is going to be between Divac and Masoom. Masoom locally has been shining in the scene, and I haven't seen too much from Divac, but Umzansi, he's been here, he has that experience, and he has been growing from time to time, and that's what's nice about Divac, is that he has made a mark for himself. And you know, we've now come to know the Bravado Derby, and that is a cross coming in and onto a player, but unfortunately it is going to be intercepted. But the ball possession still in favor for Divac, and that's just added pressure and time on with the players right here, so he can make the decisions. Will Tonali get it? No, he won't. And now the breather comes in play for Masoom, but how will he then take this into play?
I think a lot of people are watching this, right, with some expectations, especially from Masoom, and starting it off, he's really on the defensive, right?
Yeah.
Absorbing a lot of pressure. But often you'll find him here, you know. He's got that name, the Iceman, for a reason. Calm, cool, collected. He will let you attack. He will let you have a little bit of that spotlight. And when he has the spotlight, he definitely does shine. Doesn't shine in that situation, unfortunately. And now the ball, once again, in the hands of Devok. Mbappe on the wing. No channel to really run it. Tonali down the middle. And, I mean, it's been so tough for Devok, even though he's had a lot of possession of the ball, to really find anything useful, right?
Exactly. It's just those are hard right there, especially when you have the defenders and just the players coming out to shot, just to test the goalkeeper, just to see if he's awake,
just to make sure you're awake.
Just the first shot of the match as well. He wants to put that boundary in, Masoom, but it goes straight into the goalkeeper's hands, and he loses ball possession, and that there is, I would say, is a reckless move. I mean, you are getting that green time shot, but from so far out with no balance, it's just not going to work out.
Oh, for a second there, I thought the defender kind of misplaced his timing on that run, but it's all good. Devok still has control of this situation. It's been a little bit tough for El Shaarawy to make a mark in the game thus far, I feel. We're coming into the half time. So I have questions now, if that's a good pick or not. Militao playing it down, back in the middle. Onto Davis. Hey, you got to be careful there. Silas now's on the ball. There's an opportunity. We'll see if Devok can make something of it, and he won't. It looks like Devok will have to just settle with 0-0 right now at the half.
Yeah, no, there wasn't a highlight for me over there. The only opportunity which almost sparked a light was the offside as well there. But other than that, both players are on an equal. And I mean, you mentioned it, it's those scrimmages. It's the fact that these guys know each other almost better than the other knows one himself, if that even makes sense. So now it's just about who is able to just go, like I mentioned, beyond. There's some substitution plays coming in. A towel for Silas. And I think that's the towel I was talking about, the shapeshifter, 5-star. So, I mean, might just be seeing an outside shot coming out from Divac over there.
He's finding it hard to get inside the box, right? So just maybe you're correct. He might start searching for those lower percentage shots, but hey, you never know. The finishing is there. It just might slide on in. Ronaldo gets that ball quite well. And now, Devok can play this, but there's so many defenders already tracking back, and it's really difficult for him. But Ronaldo still has the space to work with. Will R9 find an opportunity? No, we'll send it back to Tonali. And Tonali holding it, and yeah, just defensive line is just great from Masoom, right? It's just solid line, no real room to penetrate, and it just makes it tough to really be creative with kind of the way you're playing.
Yeah, just look at how his midfielders track back every time the ball possession is in favor for Divac. I mean, we're getting almost six players in that defense line over there. So it is very, very hard for Divac to find an opening over there. And on the same, I could say, for Masoom, having his midfielders backtrack like that, counters are more difficult for him over there because he doesn't have the numbers supporting him in that space. So he needs the time on the ball to build that formation, and we currently see Sancho on the ball over here, goes in for a time shot, but there's still a Ronaldo over there, but it is going to be blocked off from defense line over there. That is amazing coming out from Divac and his players right over there. There's a towel on the wing right now, and a lot of
he left him.
That 5-star skill and balance coming out from Italian Ronaldo with the shot, and it is going to be blocked off. What an opportunity there for Divac. Tiki-taka, skill, everything was there for him.
So I don't know whether it's because he's playing against Masoom and it's like, you know what, man, this is like my brother, I have to beat him. You know that little brother, older brother complex that we all have. Little sister, older sister. Because Divac was not playing this well last week. You know, he's really in the game. He's really sticking it out. The defense is looking good just like that. He's able to recycle the balls well. Counter-attacks have been all right. He just hasn't been able to finish. But maybe an opportunity now. Mbappe's on the ball. Mbappe finds El Shaarawy. Maybe El Shaarawy finds a moment here of magic to work with. He's on the touchline. He's still in. And no, the keeper comes out.
Too much time.
Had to take a shot earlier.
Not even a pass, even something, just some
something.
action. And look at that wing. He could have made a play for the win over there. Unfortunately, wrong pass. And, you know, we as the Costas analysts, we get to see some of these things in ahead of time. With Masoom and DFAC, they're in there with the pressure, and their vision could be slightly blocked. Trying to get that outside shot, and it is going to be offside because he was outside that defense line, getting that ball on him over there. Alex right now on the wing. Back to Militao. Playing in the midfield, Bellingham, Vera. Now we are seeing a build-up coming from Masoom. Calculated passing. Mbappe still on the ball. Gets in. Nice pass onto Ronaldo, but Ronaldo is the one just there not to finish off such calculated plays coming out from Masoom. And now Atal with a great run coming in right now. But the defender, Alex, is on the run, keeping him off, putting the pressure there. And he goes down, but it isn't a foul.
Man, oh man. Oh, Sancho now on the ball. Maybe something here from Masoom to break the deadlock. How's he going to try play this one? Is he going to try drive it into the box? It does look like that's his. Okay, well, I don't know, man. I don't know. That one's tough. No.
Tough.
All right, so, well, maybe we'll be seeing another draw here in this first leg. Not too sure. There's still a little bit of time to work with. We do have 10 on the clock. All right, referee's just blind there. Push that man straight on the ground. Unfortunate scenes. Masoom's just in it, right? Masoom's just kind of coasting. It doesn't really feel like he's too dangerous for me in this game. He's just been chilling out, letting Divac really put a lot of the momentum in the game and just kind of working off that. But now Ronaldo's in a dangerous spot. He's got space. He's got a shot in, but the shot goes wide.
Corner.
It's a corner.
My.
Okay.
Oh my, I was quite concerned for Ronaldo over there, but it is plays into the box. Sancho trying to get the dribble in. Unfortunately, it is blocked, and Atal now can get on that wing and get that speed coming. Alex trying to get involved to put the pressure, but it is a pass and a build-up coming from Mbappe. Does he have the space? And it's a red card. That has to be. It's not even a card present. Oh, yellow card, but no! That was a goal opportunity, and he goes down, and that is just a yellow.
That's
very politics coming in from that referee over there. That should have been a red. We should have seen him in that position of getting us goal scoring opportunity. Mbappe was clear.
Oh, well, for Divac, he's got to be a little bit angry, a little bit tilted, just a bit, you know. It is going to maybe end as a draw. I don't want to curse it just yet, guys, because I don't know. Masoom's on the ball right now. He's looking dangerous with Mbappe. He's got a pass into Ronaldo. Ronaldo has a little space to work with. He's holding onto the ball. Will he find a shot here? Masoom, the Iceman. Will he break the deadlock? No. Divac will hold composure. He will be able to send the ball out. Wait, he's on an attack now. Wait, the ref hasn't blown the whistle. Wait, there's a pass coming through now. Ronaldo just doesn't have the pace. We'll send that one out. That will end the game off. I mean,
DFAC. I mean, if you look at the stats over here, you know, we saw at about 70th minute, DFAC had 120 passes to 90 for Masoom. So, I mean, DFAC was controlling that game over there, and he had a lot more aggression to him. I did enjoy what we were looking at over there coming out from DFAC, but that foul, we have to talk about it, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's really bad to go back into a game, right? Of FIFA, of even regular football, and be like, that foul is a game-changing one, right? But looking at that was really game-changing. There's a lot of space for him to hit maybe a finesse shot in there. And the defender was just like, you know what? I have to take one for the team. And take one for the team he did. And now we're in the best of one situation of Iro, and it's always tough. We just watched one just now against Darth Mayhem and Mobizilla, and that one even ended only towards the very end of it all. Could this be the same? Could we just see copy paste of what we saw in that first leg in the second leg?
I feel right now DFAC is boiling. His blood is boiling.
Oh, already in. All right. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and you know that he's ready to pour his cup of tea. That is what I say for DFAC. So let's see exactly what that means, though, right here in the second half. You know, that foul coming in is definitely furious about it, and he's had a lot more aggression to his gameplay. So DFAC might just be the surprise that I was looking at for the evening over here. And Silas is back in the second leg, first half right now. Fortunately, trying to get a pass, but it is going to be intercepted and blocked. Are things going to be changed here for Masoom formation-wise, as well as the aggression play coming out from him? He's had his midfielders pull back all the way to help with the defense line, so that meant numbers going forward had to build up with the time spent on the ball. And we can see right now that he's opened up, he gets a good throw ball, but I think that's offside. No, it isn't, and it takes too long to shoot.
Some really nice calculated play coming in there from Masoom. Is this the time when he ignites the car? And we'll see. Defense will be able to get that ball, so not too big of a worry. Alexander-Arnold now finding Sancho on the wing, but they'll play it back. Decide to just swing it towards the opposite side. Maybe there's a little bit more room to work with Neymar now on the ball. And the defensive line is just really hard to get past right now for Masoom. Difak is looking good. But there's a little bit of space right now to work with. He gets past it. Mbappe's on it, but he's closed out by the defenders quite well there. So nothing really to worry about.
Great play from him right now. Ronaldo on the ball is going to be blocked off over there. Still pressure coming out from Divac with the ball possession right now. Al Sharawi here on the wing, and he gets a pass onto Ronaldo. Ronaldo shoots, but it is blocked off over there. The first real shot we've had in the two legs of the Bravado Derby right over here. And now Ronaldo on the outside is dribbling his way in, but it is going to be blocked off. And great defending coming out from Masoom. Masoom, a ball onto the wing, but intercepted right over there by Mendes. And, you know, we have to say for Snare, he enjoys Mendes over there. And you can see exactly why. Puts in a lot of more pressure there.
Yeah,
oh,
a lot of
Mbappe.
pressure. Oh, Mbappe's in!
Oh!
The shot! Oh, it's a corner.
It's a
Definitely the
corner
keeper gets
yet
onto
again.
that. El Shaarawy is on it, running it in. The pass this time, but the defense is on it. So nothing really happens after all that excitement. 20 minutes down. Davis on the opposite end receives the ball. Bellingham now towards the wing, looking for a pass onto the wing, but the wing is closed out. So we'll have to find Ronaldo in the middle. Let's see what he can do now with the ball. Masoom, he's been a deadly man in his entire career, but just an offside pass right now. He's not looking too deadly in this game.
No, the Iceman is feeling a bit heated right now here by Divac's gameplay. And let's see exactly what that means for Divac. Al Sharawi here on the wing. He does have quite a bit of window over here, and I think we might just be seeing something coming out from Paqueta here. And it is opening slowly but surely. Double man marking pressure. Look at how many players are here back for Masoom right now. And it's just so hard to find the gate. And there's your gate to Ronaldo, but he stays onto the ball and he doesn't get the pass in. And that's something Divac has had here in the two legs, is he's spending way too much time in the box and not making those decisions to shoot or pass.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, I think. There's so many opportunities that he could have capitalized on, but just the timing, the decision-making just hasn't been there. Good decision-making there to close out the ball, that's to say.
100%. He's back on that ball possession.
Yeah, we'll see if Silas stays in this round or if he's going to bring back a towel. I've been enjoying what Silas has been doing thus far in the middle, but that pass almost found him there. But Vieira will be able to snuff that one out. Masoom, desperate now for a little bit of action of his own. We'll see what he can string together with Mbappe, who just gets closed out, and Marquinhos is a brick wall you cannot get past.
Tonali, Paqueta now. Ronaldo. Good pass to Silas. Silas is in. He has the space and it rolls.
What's going on with this keeper? He just catches everything here, Iro.
He is catching it. He's a magnet to the ball. The goalkeeper is rarely the MVP right now for Masoom, but how much more will he be able to save? Will he be able to rectify the mistakes here from Masoom? We are yet to find out, as we are still in that first half right now. The ball possession and pressure from Divac is building, but it is unfortunately going to be lost in that one over there. And you can see him take Neymar all the way to the wing so he can get some breathing out of this right now, build his formation so that we can potentially see some sort of attack, some sort of play coming out from Masoum right now. Mbappe onto the ball, back to Sancho to Vera. Now things are starting to open up over here, and you can see slowly Bellingham might potentially get that through ball to Ronaldo. No, he keeps it on to Mbappe. Mbappe has the space, he passes to Sancho, and Sancho takes the shot, but it goes out. And no, he should have shot at that moment with Mbappe. So much space to get a great shot opportunity in.
I'm stunned for words, honestly, as it stands. How's the ball still in play there? Somehow he's kept it in here, Divock. He's like, I will not get scored today. Hey, keeper! I mean, not keeper, ref. Do you, like, someone do something that was a hectic challenge. I don't even know what to say, but it's all good. Silas finds a turn into the box. There's just a whole lot of excitement happening right now, but nothing is going into the back of the net for either player. It's just like, I don't know. It's just all over.
It is.
This derby right now is hot. It's doesn't have many goals, but you can definitely see that both players are trying to stay in it as much as they can.
It is really a display of what FIFA Esports is all about, you know, intense situations when the level of competition is at a same rate, I would say, at this point, and these players are giving their all. We are seeing opportunity from Divac, opportunity from Masoum, but just goalkeepers saving time and time out, and just a little bit of mistakes here and there, but really I feel a goal is coming. I hope a goal is coming, actually.
Well, final 45 minutes in this second leg. It is Divac versus Masoum. It is the Umzansi Esports League. This is season 5. 5 whole seasons already, guys. Hosted by Nodwin Gaming. The action is hot. The Bravado Derby is just turning up. Who will be the winner? Or will we see another draw? I don't know. I'm just kind of like, all right, maybe this is the season of draws. I'm not too sure. Vieira now is on the ball for Masoum. Maybe you'll find something. Sancho finds a defender.
Finds a defender right there. Divac is here. He is alive. I have to say, he is playing a lot better than season 4. He's come in looking really, really good, and I think we are in line for a great season coming out from Divac as well as Masoum. Both players right now are giving in their utmost, and it's just a matter of a moment that we are waiting from these two players right now.
Just need a moment of magic, of wonder, a little bit of imagination, right? Just to get that creative play. And maybe there's that imagination that I'm talking about. It's Neymar on it for Masoum. Finds Ronaldo, but there's 3 defenders in front of him. Has to send it to Bellingham, who doesn't have much room to work with. Vieira now has to pass into the shot. And the shot is blocked.
Still here. Bellingham back to Vera, but it isn't going to be passed successfully. And there's a run coming in. You can see. Oh, mistake coming out from Divac over there. Masoum right now, he can just comfortably wait it out and build up his play as it stands, but pressure from Divac. Now things are looking good as we enter into the half of Masoum, and players are running forward, and there's a build up here. Sila still in us for a second half. Maybe he has seen a better play coming out from him this second leg right now. Mbappe, wing is open over there for a through ball, maybe, but he falls back to midfielder. Mbappe, the defense line coming out. Just look at how many players we have here in Masoum's box for Masoum. It's white.
It's so tough right now, but he's gonna shot in. What? The keeper once again. Give him man of the match. Give him man of the match. I don't want to see it on anybody else. That keeper has just been doing an absolute madness for Masoum. And Divac is still on the attack. Mbappe now to Nolly. Maybe Ronaldo once again. No, the defenders will snuff it out. 66 minutes now on the board. There's still no goal in both ties so far. I mean, what do you even say of it, Iro? It's just been deadlock after deadlock.
I mean, he's gatekeeping that holds over there, but for how much longer can he do it? Mbappe.
Whoa! There's no ways.
What a dive! What a dive coming out over there. A pause comes into play, but he wants to get this pressure on over here, and unfortunately, the pressure isn't building up. He tries to get a tackle in, and now the defenders are out of place. The build-up play is coming out. Mbappe waiting for players to run up over there. Passes all the way back.
The shots on target, Iro. The shots on target right now, 5 for Tivak. Masum has not a shot on target right now. It's been so tough for him to just stay in this game. Maybe this is the season where we see the Iceman really start to melt. But I don't know just yet, right? It's not over. There's still a little bit of time to work with. He's got the ball on him now. It's Mbappe who has a little space to work with, but not much. We'll find Sancho. Sancho, the world is on your shoulders right now. Masum is counting on you, and count on you. He shouldn't have, because the ball is now lost.
The wing coming in. Will Alex get it? Yes, he will for Masum. Over there in defense is looking great. But there's pressure. Players building up right now. And this pause has been dreading on for Masum right over here.
For a long time, man. A long time.
He wants to make these changes. He wants to levitate that pressure
Oh,
off. And
big mistake!
Sancho's in. He dribbles past the goalkeeper. He gets the first goal over here. He takes the lead, but it's towards the very end right here. There's still time for Divac, but with what we've seen, that is just enough for Masum maybe to take the lead right now, because Tendo, we've seen Divac, we've seen the goalkeeper. He's literally holding on to this victory right now as it stands. It would 5 goals on target. Those were such good opportunities as well. Yeah. If you look at the goal opportunity that he had, maybe 3.5 of those would have been a goal. If it weren't for that goalkeeper.
Oh man. When we were building up the game, we're like, you know what? I don't want to make a prediction exactly for this instance. Sila's now off. Atal is in. And if you need some magic, it's time. Get Tinkerbell to sprinkle a little bit of fairy dust or something. I don't know right now what Divac needs to get past that keeper. Just something, honestly. And now Masum, the fire seems to be ignited. He's got a pass on over here. This is going to be dangerous. Silas on the opposite end this time. But the pass just squandered. And it's I don't even know how to describe it for Divac. When you're the better player and you're still losing, it's just gonna be heartbreaking, right?
Yeah, it is gonna be heartbreaking in this position over here. Let's see exactly what happens with this build-up play coming out. Oh, ball goes out. Great tackle as well.
Ronaldo Mendes has the ball now, and he just seems a little flustered right now. Siles, let me find something over here. Masum looking to put a nail in the coffin, just maybe, but he's really putting that nail in the coffin just by holding onto the ball, by wasting Divac's time. This could be the final at right here for Divac, and just unfortunate. Won't find the passing that he's looking for, and I think all but over now for Divac. Unless maybe something happens here, Iro.
I don't know.
Oh!
It's the final moment right now, and he cannot make a single mistake right here, because that ref will blow the whistle. There we go. Still happening. Ronaldo in the box right now. Can he get a pass in? Will he? And unfortunately, it isn't going to go into play for Divac over there. And Masum comes in with literally an edge seating goal right there. It's what a play. We saw him having a slow build up when it came to the counter, but all of a sudden there was no defenders on the wing over there for Divac, and Masum had a great scoring opportunity. Congratulations to him.
Yeah, all I know is Fandasa. Please. The world is on your shoulders, because it's crazy, honestly. Snare, what do you even have to say about that? He just was unable to score the whole time.
Yeah. You know what this felt like, right? Honestly, I was getting deja vu of watching the Champions League final, when for some reason Thibaut Courtois decided, I'm a god today, and you're not doing. That's just it. You're not scoring. Tendo, you mentioned it, the perfect sentence, right? That the better player, the better team, you still can't score and you end up losing the game. Because time after time, shot after shot, Edwin van der Sar is there. Arrow, didn't this remind you of when this game came out, when we still had those Spider-Man reflexes off the keeper? It just felt impossible to get past him.
Literally, I mean, it was just physically impossible for Van der Sar to react at those shots over there, but he did, and that meant Masoom was literally saved by his goalkeeper, because those 5 shots, I'm telling you, if it was any other person, whether it was going to be De Gea, but he's also quite broken, but Van der Sar was literally Spider-Man in this match.
Absolutely, and with those reflexes, he managed to keep it a clean sheet for Masoom and enable him to take this 1-goal victory at the end there. Tendo, this is why we call him the Iceman, right? Under pressure, literally from the get-go, taking hits, taking attacks, but nonetheless able to weather the storm and emerge on the other side. He knows he doesn't need to win with 5-6 goals. He just needs the 1. Divac had chance after chance after chance. Arrow just mentioned it, 5 shots on target with clear goals. Masoom, 1 goal on target, 1 shot on target, 1 goal. That's all you need sometimes to get the W.
Yeah, it really is all you need sometimes. And I mean, for Masoom, it felt like he was molting a little bit, but honestly, it just seemed like he turned the temperature up just at the very end, just to make sure he's calm, cool, and collected. It's heartbreaking for Divac, I think, but a lot of positives to walk away from. Like I said, he's the better player, I think, in this situation. It's just that, Van der Sar. I mean, that's it. I think we can even end the day off, just say, what happened between Masoom versus Divac? Van der Sar.
Edwin van der Sar just pulling up the heroics and allowing Masoom to eke out a victory here, 1-0 in his favor. Like Tendo just mentioned, though, lots of good stuff from Divac. Great read of the game, great ways going forward, understanding exactly how to string together attacks. If not for the fact that we're dealing with a genuinely OP goalkeeper, would have been an easy victory for him today here. Arrow, if I'm Divac right now, let's say you're at his house at the moment. Obviously, you're seeing his controller through the screen. How do you tell him to make sure that he keeps calm, keeps collected? Because yes, he might have lost this game. Yes, he might find himself not getting any points out of this. Yes, he might have dropped out in goal difference to being 5th now with 0 goal difference, and Masoom elevated to 2nd place. But for Divac, it's not the worst game in the world for him. He still did really, really well, and he still has a shot down the line of getting himself into the top 4. What are you telling him right now so that he maintains his composure?
Yeah, honestly, it's gonna be a tough motivational speech. I'm gonna I'll have to work some magic on him and become a Gandhi over there. But he's literally frustrated at that point, because I mean, you look at that first leg, Alex over there, managed to get a dirty foul onto Divac, and there was no red card present. That Mbappe run would have been maybe a goal scoring opportunity for him. So, for Divac right now, he's in his fumes, and there's nothing we can do about it but just go into the next game knowing what it took for him to in this game, because those shots were goal scoring opportunities, clear goal scoring opportunities. It isn't his fault. He did his best over there, and I can see an improvement coming out from Divac, and I can look at it and say, this is a top 4 player right here in the Umzansi Season 5.
Absolutely. He looked like a top 4 player, leveled up massively from his showing last week. And now, after the second week of games, the second day of the Umzansi Esports League, we do now have a very clear idea of how things are developing. Beast Bianchi sitting on top of the leaderboard as anticipated before we kick off anything. Masoom coming up in 2nd place. Bobo Bisto, shout out to him, yet again demonstrating that he is a player not to be taken with any degree of lightness. He's there in 3rd. Mobizilla, Divac, and Young Savage coming up right behind him. But Tendo, the scary parts come for Ruxa the Ruler and Darth Mayhem, our 2 gentlemen who have come up from the Nkosi Super Cup. After the 2 games, yesterday and today, they are struggling. -6 goal difference, -4 goal difference. The losses are whatever, but that GD, that is very, very stressful at this point in time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is super stressful, right? You can even look for Divac, right? Look where he's sitting now after losing that game by 1 goal on 0 goal difference. And Moby, who didn't have the best of performances today, is coasting now in 4th place position, right? If the season was to end today, Moby's in just off that, right? It's just unfortunate, and to a lot of these players, you need to make sure that you can just grind out that goal difference, because it really comes to matter. And now after 2 games, you can really start to see how it's like just a little bit here, a little bit there, just that extra goal there really goes a long way.
Yeah. really does go a long way. It can change and transform your fortunes in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And as it stands right now, I do think that just based off of what we've seen with play, we can probably say that Julio the Beast Bianchi, Divac are definitely our outstanding players. But outstanding play isn't the same as winning games. And that's what I love about this game. I love about this competition. You can play as well as you want. If you don't get that plus goal arrow, doesn't matter. You know, Divac has to go home. That's why I'm also really frustrated on his behalf, right? When you study this replay, there's not much he's going to take away from it, right? He's going to look at this replay and say, how could I have done better? What, did I need magic to score these goals? Not much I could have done about that, right? So it's going to be tough for him to see if he can recover here. For Masum, though, let's talk about him for a second, because yes, the Iceman was able to persevere once again. Yes, he kept his defensive line very clear. It still is not the case, unfortunately, that he played that well. So very quickly, Arrow, do you think next week he's going to be playing better or worse than what we saw today?
Honestly, I say Masum sticks to the same gameplay. We look at his defense line. Midfielders are pushing back as quick as possible. The only thing is, when he's taking that ball out, he cannot make a mistake because his formation needs to build up again. So those quick counterattacks are not always going to be in the clear for him. So he needs the breather when there is a lot of pressure on his defense line. So his midfielders can get into the attack line and then the counter can come into formation. So for Masum, he won. He did it. All he needs to do is keep repeating and staying consistent.
We'll see if the Iceman can maintain that consistency. But with that, though, we are done with FIFA 22 for the evening. 2 games have now elapsed. We've gotten 2 different, very markedly strange stories. But now we are going to be going on into the PUBG mobile side of things. Aero, Tendo, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your efforts. Everybody at home, please go on ahead and go online onto the socials, follow them, give them some love for the work they put in this evening. And make sure that you are back here in about 10 minutes because we're going to be kicking off the PUBG mobile side of things. This is the Umzansi Esports League, the 5th season, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And we will return shortly with some more African hype. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League, the 5th season, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. We have just seen earlier on in the day the wrap-up of the FIFA 22 segment, some incredibly close games, incredibly exciting competition on that end of things. But now we do move on into PUBG Mobile, where we'll be seeing some new groups competing over the course of our 3 favorite maps and seeing who's going to be elevating themselves in that overall rankings leaderboard to challenge for being the best of the best here in the African continent. My name's Snare, and this time around, I'm joined by Actfire and Viper. Gentlemen, greetings. Actfire, I haven't seen you since last week, man. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be here for the Umzansi. I mean, I've seen a little bit of the Umzansi action. Now I want to, see what the boys in Umzansi are doing.
Viper, good sir, greetings for you. And one of the things that we still need to talk about, though, just before the day actually starts here, and one of the things that we need to see happen over the course of these next couple of games here, Actfire, is because we have 2 new groups going up against each other and more rankings or points on the line, of course. These 2 groups obviously played very different competition last time around. And did you happen to catch yesterday's action where we saw Mad Knights just going, wow, they just did magic yesterday? They made some incredibly magic yesterday. So I'm very excited to see if any of these 2 teams will be able to keep up with the pace that was set yesterday. One thing that's very interesting here, Actfire, at the very end of yesterday's proceedings, there are still some teams from Group B, from Group C, who, even though they've only played 3 games, are still finding themselves within the top 8 or top 16 even at this point. So I'm very excited to see whether or not they'll be staying there, if there'll be other teams that leapfrog above them, and how that's all going to shake out. Tell me, good sir, what do you expect to happen, especially on our first map here of Erangel this evening?
I think we should definitely look out for the underdogs. We should look out for the guys who, haven't been performing quite well so far. That's what I want to see, because I always believe in an underdog story. That for me that's like the most exciting thing. The guys who are currently not performing well, stepping things up. That's basically what I'm looking forward to. And there's no better map than seeing that in Erangel right here.
Yeah, I'm especially excited to see how these underdog teams compete there, but I want to see how some of these stronger squads fare on the side of Sanhok, especially since the meta, as we've been seeing develop over the last couple of game days here, Actfire, has been much more centered around kills over and above any kind of placement points, so that when we get to Sanhok, I have a feeling that today is going to be quite electric. The third map of the evening, of course, will be Miramar, where we'll be seeing some of the more strategically oriented teams putting their best foot forward and finding a interesting way for them to get as many points as they can get for themselves. But today, Actfire, I didn't want to bring it up, right? I didn't want to bring it up. But as we saw over yesterday, when we were watching a lot of these maps pan out, there were 3 squads that were very dominant over and above everybody else within the lobbies. We also saw a similar dynamic last week as well, where we also had a couple of teams being hyper dominant. As we are looking into how much money these teams are competing for, $15,100 here on the PUBG mobile side of things. Are there any of these squads? I mean, you spoke about some of the underrated underdog squads, but is there anybody you're expecting to dominate map on map on map the same way that we saw yesterday?
I mean, I'm still thinking that Mad Knights are going to bring a lot to the table. I'm hoping to see, teams like G3 step things up. I've got a soft spot for teams like Fear, Slime 4KT, but I mean, we will see. We will see how today goes and how it plays out at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm excited to for me right now. I'm at a position where I just want to take a look and just spectate and see how they're going to play, because for me, like, I'm looking at teams the way they're shaped up this season. It looks like people are geared up differently as compared to previous seasons. They're going for kills, they're going for fighting, they're hunting themselves down. So it's a bit different, from what I've seen previously. So yeah, I'm just gonna spectate. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to place the caster curse on anybody. So yeah, I did that in the concert and I regretted myself. So I'm not doing that.
Of course, as these teams are playing and putting their best foot forward, they'll be competing for that prize pool we just saw with a massive distribution. Coming first earns you $3,600. But how you get there, Viper, is by being dominant on the maps, getting as many points as humanly possible. First place in any given map gets you those 15 points. Very nicely done. Second is 12, third is 10th. But not a single time yesterday, Viper, not one map did we see a team get most of their points who got placed higher in the map Not once did we see them do it primarily off of placement points. It's all about those kills right now. Today, it's going to probably happen again, won't it? That these teams are going to be challenging more with aggression than with that slow, considered style of play.
Yeah, over the course of this particular season and this group stage, it's been amazing because the meta these teams have been bringing every single game is to go for both the placement points and the kill points. And the ones on that leading part of the leaderboard right now are equally taking both the both points and utilizing to the best of their ability and making it work for them in their favor. So definitely, if you're going to be a team that wants to survive, that wants to move into the next stage out here, then you need to start paying attention to both the kill points and the placement points.
Speaking of paying attention, it's also important to pay attention to some of these squads and what they bring to the table. We see these rosters emerging here. Regrettably, 10x Africa Actfire still have gotten themselves 0 points after the last 2 days of gameplay last week. Solo Esports, though, this is a team I feel like we need to pay attention to today. Despite the fact that they only played 3 matches, they're 7th overall here. 7th, fam. How is that even possible given how well everyone else around them has been doing, despite the fact that they've only played half the matchups?
I think that the thing is understanding like the journey that Solo Esports has coming from Umzansi.
So
They're a team.
These teams like this on the side of Solo Esports, I kind of have this feeling, generally speaking, when I see these kind of squads play out. I kind of have a feeling whenever I see these teams that I want to have them figure out a way not just to stay in the top half of the overall rankings, but to find a way to continue to elevate themselves. And of course, I'm talking about the Solo Esports squad, and they've done so well to get themselves 7th place overall at this point. We're going to be seeing that down the line as well, of course. And let us see more of these rosters of the squads that are going to be competing here today. Before we began proceedings here in the Umzansi Esports League for PUBG Mobile, we all spoke about G3. We all spoke about how the squad has so much potential, so much refined kind of play that they can bring to the table. Regrettably, though, boys, we haven't seen it happen just as of yet, that they've been able to demonstrate their full strength. They had a decent showing last week here, Viper, but I'm not sure if it was convincing enough given the degree that we were talking them up before the game started, right?
Yeah, well, at times you just come in and the game doesn't come to you. It's not just good to you at all. But I don't know. Looking at what we have been seen in the previous week, I'm pretty sure they've gone back and checked out what they could do better in this one, and maybe they will be able to live up to the hype in this particular game.
Yeah, we certainly want them to live up to that hype as we now move on to the group that they are going to be challenging and playing into. Group C, the 8 teams that are in this side of things, going to be very interesting to watch. But for me, the real interest emerges here because when we think about it, Actfire, none of the teams that are from Group C, as it stands right now, if we're looking at the top 16 teams, which we're going to see a little bit down the line, but Group C has sort of been the team, or the group rather, that's underperforming a little bit. It's not like they aren't recognized players here or recognized teams. It's not like they lack the skill or ability. But in that first week of play, they didn't find themselves really covering themselves in much glory overall, with the sole exception of Team Apex, who just, we'll talk about it in a bit. They just had amazing performance last week. But will they be learning from each other within the group to try and figure out ways to elevate themselves and get as far ahead as possible without having to just sit on your back and say, well, everything sucks? Are they learning from each other? What's the practice regimen been like, do you think, in this last week coming into today?
I think now a lot of teams are beginning to understand each other a bit more, understand the lobby a bit more. So yeah. While for some people they're coming in with that experience, for some other teams they are just trying as much as possible to continue to gain that synergy, because I mean you're looking like a team like Apex, they've gotten a new player, Andrew, into their team, and this is a player that was in Slime 4KT previously, so it's like teams are still trying to mix things up, get to understand themselves a bit more. It may work for you like it is for Apex, or it may just be like a 10x and you're struggling a little bit while you're starting the season. So for me, I'm not ruling anybody out yet. I'm not jinxing anybody with the caster course. Let's just see how it goes today.
The Costas curse is one of my favorite things to do in these games because oftentimes it can be the case that you say, hey, this team's going to do really well, and then it doesn't. And you have to be like, well, my bad. That's on me. That's my fault. So I'm very much looking forward to see if that, I hope that's not going to be the case today, Viper. But before we get into our opening map here of Erangel and seeing how these teams stack up, give me a prediction for how many teams are going to be surviving until, or how many teams are we going to have in Zone 7, which is usually the time that we see this map completely blow apart. So how much action are we expecting? Are we going to have another triangle show-off like we did yesterday?
Yep, I'm going to say 7 teams. I'm going to say 7 teams. Yeah.
Damn.
We're going to see 7 teams down here, and it's going to be mostly duos and solos.
All right, that's a very spicy prediction from the Viper himself, but we're going to see if that prediction comes to pass because we have a game on our hands. Erangel is now live. Viper, act fire, take it away, gentlemen. I'll talk to you after the game.
All right. We're getting ready. You can already see the teams on their flight path, and they are all setting their guns, cleaning it right now, and getting ready for battle, getting ready to shoot. And ready for themselves. Guys, who do you think is going to be storming this lobby? Are we going to see the same thing from Mad Knight? What do you think, Viper? How do you think today is going to go?
Yeah, so I think it's still a little bit too early to predict, but if I were going to be, making a particular prediction on this one, I might be tilting towards the guys from Team Apex because I did see them pull a couple of really, really, amazing gameplays from a couple of the previous days, and yeah, if they could do it once, then I believe they can do it yet again, and they've got the capable players, the players that have got the experience, from playing a lot of these particular competitions here and there, and experience is really key in this kind of game, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. I look at a team like it's good you mentioned Apex. I look at a team like Apex, and I feel like Andrew has come into the team and he has made some difference in the team. He's one player that I've watched for a really long time. I spoke about it when I was playing the when we're casting the Umzansi, that I mean, he's a player who moved from Outsiders, and he did really great stuff in Outsiders. He's leaving is something that they certainly haven't recovered from. He moved all the way to Slime 4KT. He was really good at Slime 4KT for the time being, but I think there was a synergy problem, and now he's coming to Apex, and you can already begin to see the advantage of having someone that has experience in I believe he's an IGL, having experience like that on the team and in their performances.
Yeah, definitely, because looking through the different seasons, I've had the opportunity to play with Andrew a couple of times, even when we were just starting out the whole game, and from the very beginning he's always been a tactical guy, looking to make most of each situation he finds himself in. So the fact that he's been in all these major teams, being an IGL in all these major teams, doesn't come as a shock to me because yeah, he knows his onions, and he knows how to actually chart the territory. He knows the region he's in, and he knows the meta. He knows how to counter each one of this meta, and definitely I'm looking forward to see how well he's gonna lead the players right there from Team Apex today, and hopefully they will be able to give us that exact gameplay we are looking for, that fire, that vibe we're looking for today.
Give them the fire, definitely. Fear is another team that has been doing quite well for themselves. They've been, I mean, for a while it did seem like they've been struggling, but the way they've shaped up this season, I do feel like they're a bit more confident. They have Lens back in their team. Who was out of the team for quite a while. I haven't seen Hulk in their team recently because Hulk used to be that player that would basically lead the charge, but maybe he's on a break or something. But yeah, they're a team. They've been in the Umzansi. They struggled a little bit. They went down to the relegation place, but they still managed to stay within the game, and they've come back this time around. But do you think having Lens back in their team is going to sort of like motivate them? They have a new player, Tratra, who has seemed to be doing quite well too as well. But it just feels like there's something more dangerous about them this time around. Have you spotted it as well?
Yeah, well, if I were to take a quick flashback and go back into the history, I believe you've passed through the FIA esports rank in the past, so
Yes, yes,
definitely
yes,
you
yes.
you would have some idea about how it works behind the scene. But in my own little understanding, I do believe Lens is one of those kind of players that serves as some sort of glue between each one of these teams. And
Hmm.
while we're still on the topic of teams that always have a player that give them that particular boost and make them perform a lot better. We can see right in the kill field that Team Apex is already eating it up right now onto 10x. Esport does seem like they want to get that early kill point action going on. But straight back to that Fear Esports talk. Uh,
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let's get ready to go for some action, guys. Leave your predictions. Who you guys supporting? Give a shout out to your teams. Let us know who you are rooting for right here. Let's get ready and set to go. Fuck. Ooh, some action coming round right there between the boys from EFX and EXO Redefined as they're beginning to send out shots right there. You can see they've already gotten a knock onto the boys from EFX, and I mean, that's not a team to be playing with. I do see energy right there, and you can see Shan just driving his vehicle. It does look like they're trying to get closer and closer to that team to take on shots to them. I did see Superior, but it does actually look like it is Energy. That team probably hasn't changed his
well,
name, so
well,
it's actually Energy.
um, you know, this is still quite early to be saying locking on right now.
Hmm.
And so I reckon a lot of these teams have been watching in the previous things that I did mention about, getting a lot more precise and getting a lot more efficient when you're looting and getting that rotation done as quickly as possible. So majority of the teams out here right now has similar ideas. They're making that rotations, getting better spot as early as possible. And then now this has ended up, creating a lot of clash and interceptions in their rotations, which yeah, you wanna keep an eye on that as well, because going forward in the rest of the game you have to be able to time it perfectly, keep your scouting really really tight, and keep the movement as efficient as possible.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing for these teams right now because they'll be trying to get as much points as they can. A team like Exo Redefined, they battled it out to get to this spot. They will definitely be thinking, what, I don't want to go back to that struggle that's the Nkansi because a lot of people don't understand like how tough it is to get to this point.
Oh yeah, it is. The Nkosi is not for the faint-hearted. Only the strong of the strongest like get out of that particular stage alive and move on into the Umzamzi group. I'm telling you, man.
Man, definitely would love to see. But for me, what I'm just thinking in my head is like I would love to see a lot more teams that came out of the Nkonsi now begin to, show themselves. I mean, we've seen in the past with some teams like Infinity, we've seen them come in and do quite well. We've seen Yonkers, do quite well as well. So hopefully this will be a season where some of these teams will step up. I don't understand that there's some, confidence issues. Do you think that plays into a team like 10X who hasn't gotten any points so far?
Well, confidence does do a lot in this game. The decision making process is solely based on how calm you are and how confident you are. Because if you're not confident, if you're not calm, then definitely every single fight, every single decision you make is is probably not going to be the right one, because you are making that decision out of fear, out of no confidence, and it will affect your results no matter how you want to spawn it, because you've got a team on the other hand, just watching your every move and making every plan to counter what you're trying to do at that point in time. So you don't want to leave your decision making just to chances, or you want to leave it just to the fact that you're afraid of always trying to move away from a fight. You have to be strategic. You have to, cover the angles, get into those fights, and be as smart as possible.
Yeah, definitely, definitely true. All right, taking a look at it right now, you do see the boys from Energy and Lag Esports already getting into a fight right there. One of the players from Lag Esports has been taken down. When we see Energy sort of like trying to get into a fight, but Bipolar is now taking on shots onto the boys from EXO Redefined as he does take down Shine. It looks like he might be getting a lobby right there. He turns aside, faces onto British. Well, maybe, just maybe, they might be able to get a revive onto Shanna right there. You do see one of the players right there trying to get into that spot. Was he able to get that? No, it does look like they might be able to last minute right there get that revive. And it's a really tough one because you're seeing EXO, EXO Redefined right there getting knocked down. You're seeing the boys from 10X trying their best to get into the action. So they're not having 0 points for lack of trying.
Yeah, definitely. Although I will quickly mention something right now. I don't know why EXO Redefined decided to make that particular move they made right there, because I believe they were aware of the fact that 10x Africa was in this particular sport, and yet they chose to expose themselves. Now they've lost a couple of meds right now. Their vehicles at the moment are low on the health of the vehicle is actually low as well. So a lot of things they need to put into consideration. If they need to go on a tighter rotation now, it takes less bullets to actually blow up their vehicle right there. So a lot of these things are one of the things that the IGL and the team should have foresight to look into, because it gives them that little extra ability to move forward, to be able to survive a little bit longer in the game, which is exactly what you would want to do. You take that extra fight. And 10x at the moment, not doing too well in the competition, but handling this particular fight quite well, even though they are still in a position, but they are not taking any chances. They are not leaving themselves out to the open. If any team tries to push them from this building they've got right now, it just seems like it is level playing all around, and it's going to be quite easy for them to spot them out and take the shots, possibly get a couple of kill points from there.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. We also see, Wizard getting into the action right there. There's a whole lot of teams that are beginning, to take on each other. The boys from 10X, unfortunately, have lost, one player so far starting on this game. So they're obviously going to, take things a lot easier. They're definitely not going to be making that push unless they are very sure that they've taken down, one player and they do have the chance to win. That does look like they're trying to smoke and somehow get into that zone. I'm be curious to see, how these teams who are now trying to rotate into, different spots within the zone are going to be playing this one out. If I were a team like 10X, my priority right now would be to get placement points and not go for kills. Like
At
to
this
just get that confidence back.
Well, I don't know. At this point, I would say it just matters to focus on the game. Just focus on the game. Just don't overly swing towards one direction. Just try to keep it as balanced as possible. If you see an opportunity to take the fight, go for it. If you see an opportunity to pick up one or two kills, go for it. And if it's going to be placement point for you at that point in time, then don't let it set you back as well. But it doesn't seem like 10x is having a good day, as they've just run straight into the hands of Team Apex, and they are getting battered in right now, Tony.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. We also see the boys from RTX right there on that bridge, sending out shots all the way to Mars. Mars is another team that I feel like they've had sort of like missed games, but right here on this bridge, you can see Frags taking on shots onto the boys from RDX. These two teams, they have been in You know, the Umzansi, they've come all the way right here. So they have been in the country. They come all the way right here to the Umzansi, and you can see God just staying right there, taking on shots onto Poseidon and Neptune, sending them down back into the lobby, getting those confirmations. But they as well have lost two players, but they've gotten themselves some eliminations right here. So that definitely is working out for the team as they do take down Neptune. I'm not sure he was expecting that. I mean, Nigeria will say never expected it.
Never expected it. Wow.
As Frags does get that confirmation, yeah.
It just went really sideways really quickly because 1 second I was like, okay, RDX might just have something, up their sleeve right now, and then the next moment was just God on that little edge, sending in the shot like pratata, getting the shots in one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, I could see red bars all over the screen and confirmations testing coming in left, right, and center. But while that was happening, unfortunately, I think we've lost the guys from 10x Africa. That's going to be them out in 15th place. Any words for 10x, Tony?
Man, I'm not sure at this particular point in time. I think that they need to do something really fast to just improve their game seriously. I'm not sure what it is. They may have internal problems. They may have a lot of confidence issues because that does tend to happen a lot of times. It's amazing how a lot of players don't talk about like the psychology aspect of the game and how it sort of like affects them because you lose confidence, you also lose confidence in your IGL. I just feel right now there's no going lower than this, right? You're not gonna get minus, so just try as much as possible to just follow whatever plan your IGL has. So if that's going into the game and trying as much as possible to get placement points, then go for it. If that's going for those early kills to sort of like improve your confidence, then go for it. But they've got to switch something up because whatever they're doing right now is definitely not working.
Yeah, not working at all. On the other end, though, we can see Whitey already getting prepped to probably pull a flank as Maestri is straying a little bit off away from the rest of his squad. Might be a really wise decision if he gets to get that beautiful angle, but if he gets caught on that particular flank, might be really, really delicate. But your killer is going to just, jet out of there, get that rotation out as the zone is going to be pushing in. They got to go on that bridge right now. I think the bridge is quite free, so they might have a way through straight up right there. EXO Redefined on the other hand has got themselves a couple of teams to actually fight against right now. As you can see, 1-9 right in this shack just behind them, waiting to see if he gets an opportunity. He's waiting, he's just going to pop up, but it just seems like he's going to get an LO. How are you doing from EXO Redefined? Really, really quickly, as in Apex is staying on top of their game. Right there, you can see Yasar on the apex of the building. That angle is so good and so dangerous at the same time, Tony.
And really, really incredible gameplay coming from all of them. As you can see, Yesa and Andrew taking them on from several different corners. Andrew is popping out the nades onto that position just where they are at that shack, while Yesa is on top of that building. It does look like there's no escape for this team as they do look like they are facing certain death. If Kage can or Andrew can get to that position and throw a nade into that shack, it's definitely game over. Because once that last player from Mars, Frags, tries to get out of that building, definitely Yesa is on guard to just take them down. And this is exactly the way a team that wants to be taken seriously, wants to get up that leaderboard that is supposed to be playing. They should be going for these easy kills. They should be getting every single point that they can. And I do see the team Apex hungry for that final kill. They want to take Mass out. They want to take Frax out, because every single point at this particular point in time is definitely going to count.
Yeah, definitely gonna count. You can see as they've finally picked up Frags on that one, and they are up to that 16 kills, looking strong, looking to pick some more. Apex is killing it right now, man. Apex is killing it. They want to rule this lobby. You can see from their movements that they've got some sort of confidence setup going on. As they were taking that fight, there was yet another team on top of that. You looking at them, that was EXO Redefined, looking to take a couple of shots. Was Andrew. He stopped that attack right there using his smoke, and you could see this is experience coming into play right there. Really, really good experience right there. Being able to manage different fights and create a situation in which he can take the decision on what he wants to do next even though there's yet another enemy, taking the shots right there at him. Beautiful, beautiful place right there from Andrew. Yeah, it's really, really good. Tony, you got it?
Yeah. Definitely. You do see the boys from Exo Redefine staying on top of this here right there, and BC is in a not so good position as far as I am concerned, because I don't think that they can take on shots, at anybody right now. Maybe they're just holding this position to avoid, getting shot up. But I think rotating into that zone is pretty much going to be difficult for them. The boys from Exo can, find a way. I think British or Godless can probably take out one player right there, at least Dagger, and then make that push, jumping down or rotating from that left onto their position. But there are two teams that I'm really rooting for. You got the boys from Fear and you got the boys from Apex right there. Right there, I mean, both teams are being pretty decent so far. But team Zimbi with Wizard OP coming in right now, taking on shots onto YT, and that would definitely be an elimination for YT Gaming. Great stuff coming from them. Black Clover right now is another team that I do feel like they're in a really, really tough situation, but they do need to get out of it. They do need to try to rotate. As you can see, one of the players has already gotten into the vehicle, gone up that mountain, try to see if he can get into a position where he can, at least start to take on shots to several different teams, or maybe even rotate into the zone better, because they're in a very, very dangerous situation, staying underneath that mountain right next to EXO.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I'm actually scanning around right now to see how they could get themselves into a better position, because if any of the teams in the outlying area right now look towards their direction, they have little to no cover to actually work with. If Apex clears out that team right in front of them, then definitely they might be looking to look towards Black Clover, as well as XO Redefined right on top of them as well. But ZCS at the moment is all cooped up in that little shack, and one grenade from any of the players from Fear might just be doing the wonders. But in Zimbi is still popping off in the Q feed as well. It's a lot of action going down little by little right now. Zone 5, I think the prediction earlier on was for Zone 7. We needed 7 teams, right? It's still achievable
Yeah,
now.
definitely,
It's still
definitely
achievable.
seven teams, but I mean, it's more than 7 teams. And just look at this situation where BC is at right next to Solo, and man, who do you think is going to be walking away from this particular position right here? Because you got Solo and you got BC, and I think somehow Extra Redefined is going to come into that mix, because they're on top of that hill as well. But maybe they're getting, distracted by other teams. But I think something's going to definitely happen right here. And it
There you
does.
go.
As you can see, India just come in and take out 2 players from BC. And I did say they were in a very, 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 very crazy situation right there. At least they still got 1 player so far, so they might still be able to get those placement points. Let's see how it continues to progress with it.
Yeah, that was epic. I think they should have been able to just be a little bit more patient, given that they knew that there was a team right behind them. Moving out of that position at that point in time without clearing out their backs was a really, really fatal mistake, and they paid for it really quickly. But on the other hand, Apex Legends, Apex Team Apex, you see, I just drifted to Apex because we were having a chat about that earlier on. But in Apex right now, having to make that movement, but might be running straight into the hands of your killer, is an RPT just down by this hilltop. Team Apex looking to just find a way to get that rotation, but Solo gets spotted by Sleek. Some slick movements coming in from this man as he goes pratata, takes down the first, goes on to the second, and the third man is going to be in trouble from him as well, but not before Asabi comes in with the support as well. This is just beautiful synergy gameplay, but the third parties are not letting them have a rest from any of the angles right now, bro. How is he still alive?
Man, I was just taking a look at that, and I was just like, what? No, he's gonna die now. No, okay, it's gonna be now. It's gonna be now. But somehow he survived this. And now taking a look at it, we're seeing Caramel just coming in right there, taking out the players, from Solo, and somehow they managed to get themselves. I kept thinking that at some point in time they were gonna get out of this game, but they somehow managed to get themselves into the last 2, and it is looking like they might just be able to grab that winner chicken dinner and seal this game through, because one of the players in the other team is currently down. But maybe they don't know that. Maybe they aren't aware. But let's see how it builds up. They're looking like they really want this. They fought their way in. It wasn't easy for them getting in that position, but they are up against a full team. So, ooh.
Yeah.
Man, I was rooting for them. I was rooting for them.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal. Except Caramel can pull a quick one and get that clutch. But right now he's fighting against 4 barrels, and yeah, definitely a difficult one to prove. Right there's ZTS zero tolerance kills comes in with that winner on a chicken dinner clutch with a total of 6 kills. Amazing work from them, keeping all the full squad alive to make it to that final point.
But we do have to say something about Fear Esports, getting themselves into that third spot. They do seem like a team that has sort of like been remaining consistent for now. They keep on proving themselves, and maybe we're just going to see them start popping things up pretty soon.
They secured themselves the first map of the evening on Erangel. They did a great job doing it. 6 total elims, 21 points in total that have been achieved by them. And that is not just a good haul from one overall map. This will take them all the way up in the overall rankings board, putting them around the 4th place mark at this point in time. But great performance from them. A very, very interesting matchup and an interesting map in general. Because here, Viper, most of the time when we see Erangel being played out, it tends to take a little bit longer than what we saw today. In fact, I was bringing it up at the very beginning, right? How aggressive some of these squads were getting, which is somewhat atypical on this map. What do you think was the rationale behind them playing in that fashion today when they started on Erangel?
Well, at this point, you want an answer to that question? Take a look at the leaderboard. Every single person is coming to that realization that before you can actually make it up that particular list, you need to put in the work. You need to get some kills, get some positions, and yeah. So the earlier they get, walking, get cracking, get putting the bullet into skulls, the better for them.
Absolutely the better for them, and we're going to be seeing who our match MVP was in this particular instance, who was the person leading the charge, and it might not be a player that we expected. Yes, they didn't end up doing that well overall, but still, it is the case here that the side of Team Apex are able to rack up these kills. 3 eliminations coming in from Andrew in this situation. Axfire, talk to me about this Team Apex lineup. We thought they were going to do a lot better coming into this one. And yes, they did get some of these eliminations. They did get some elimination points in that regard. But their placement wasn't that great. And their map movement overall, not nearly as crisp as what we saw last week, was it?
I mean, they didn't seal things off as much as I was expecting them to, but they started out the game taking out some serious things. You saw them take out Mars. You saw their positioning. Yesa was on top of that building. Andrew just kept on sending them nades onto Mars and eliminating them. Right, that final circle was pretty choked, and in situations like that, it could just go any way.
Yeah, really just can't go any direction, but it does go. Unfortunately, not in their favor, ultimately, overall. That particular fight was good for them, but the game itself goes in the direction of zero tolerance skills. 15 placement points for them, 6 eliminations, bringing up their tally to 21, as discussed before. And then the YK lineup, 12 placement points and 6 elims. And the only team, though, that found double digits on the eliminations, Team Nzimbi here, rounding up 4th place. This is somewhat peculiar, Viper. Yesterday, it was all about the kills, all about eliminations. Placement points were just like a bonus for doing well. This time around, it seems to be the case that it's a bit opposite, right? That placement points seem to be making up the bulk of what people have earned in points for the day, and eliminations are a secondary thought for them. What do you think the differences are between these groups today, playing more for placements, and the groups yesterday who were just all in for these kills?
Well, looking at it right now, I think I can come to a reasonable conclusion that the guys from groups A and probably guys from group D, those seem to be a lot more aggressive, and they tend to be more surgical when they're trying to take on other teams, and they get those skills down. But B and C, they take it slowly, and they move into the fight slowly, and we might not be seeing them picking that too much of a fight, as we can see right there from the result table right there. We've got like a spread out of particular both the kill points and the placement point through the team. So definitely, I think it's going to be a trend moving forward. But when the dynamics of both groups match up, and we've got a particular group likes to go out for that kill, then we can see the second group will also look to meet up right there at the middle. So I think that's what we are currently seeing right now at the moment.
I'm very excited to see how it's going to obviously pan out over the course of the next few weeks, because everybody at home has to remember, yes, today's action is going to be very important and instrumental. You know, we heard it spoken about earlier, how important it is to make sure that you're on the top of the rankings now rather than later. But it's still early days here, Actfire. It's still a lot of time to play. There's still a lot of time to develop, get better, learn. And we might have some of these squads who are sitting very pretty at the top of the overall rankings, but that doesn't necessarily mean that those squads will stay there and that there's no other squads can catch up to them or do something different. So if you're one of the underperforming teams in this one, talk to me about it, right? What do you do? What's the conversation like? Say, for example, for a squad like Africa 10X, in this game, what do you say to them to try and make sure that guys don't give up, figure out a way to still compete in the Umzansi Esports League?
I think for me, the way I'll look at it is this: there's no going lower than 0 points. You know, you're not gonna get a minus. So you know what? Just go for those early kills. Just go for those early spots. Right now we've gotten to a point within the season where you can then start to identify where different teams are landing. So the best thing to do right now is to try to get those kill points, because that is what will build the confidence. If they keep on trying to take things easy, hold it off, like you saw, they got a knock onto several teams, but they decided not to push, right? So they've got to be sort of aggressive. And if you lose, well, you weren't doing that great anyways before, so you got to take that chance right now. And if they happen to eliminate a team, then that confidence starts to build up. So I feel like that's what they need. It's a psychological issue for them. They are in the Umzansi, so they obviously are good players. So all they have to do is to somehow now bring out that fire that brought them here in the first place.
You make a very good point about that, where get this game, you mentioned in the game itself that it's often about confidence first and foremost, this particular game. So they need to figure out a way to regain that for themselves. As we're still going to talk about them in a moment, let's look at what the overall rankings look like after that game. And Zero Tolerance Skills are now second to over 4 games here. Looking very, very solid, very, very good. Other teams, of course, like Team Apex, have also managed to elevate themselves into this upper half. They were already there, so they're just holding firm, holding their position and not moving anywhere. But Solo Esports and Fear also making sure to bring themselves up. This is a huge confidence boost, isn't it, Viper? When you have yourself in a situation where you've played fewer games than your opponents, you are either equal to or ahead of them, and you have games to go that might actually make you leave them all behind. This is not just good for confidence of your current skills, but it gives you that aggressive energy, right? To keep going and to make that gap even bigger.
Yeah, it definitely tells you, we're doing something really, really correctly in this stage. And so long we keep doing it and we keep improving on what we've been doing, then we are going to keep getting better results and better results. It is that they will be getting. So definitely looking towards the remaining games that they have for today, I won't be surprised if they find a way to get that number one on the table. That's really there, but I believe in them.
I don't know if I have that much belief. Mad Mike did something really special yesterday, so I think they're going to probably end out the second week still at the top of the leaderboard, but there are a lot of other teams that still have the opportunity to chase. Raptor Esports coming in also off of their 4th matchup here, gaining 35 points, but most of these teams that are rounding out the 9th to 16th place have come from the teams that have already played their 6 matches. So we're starting to see a very clear disparity here, Actfire, in groups B and C, between the teams that really have the potential to challenge for these top slots and the teams that are being left behind a little bit. I mean, Raptor still has an outside shot, but it is starting to feel like the top 4 teams are very much well determined in today's matchups, right?
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, I look at this leaderboard and I think that anything could change at any particular point in time. You understand? Like, you're looking at teams like GP Temper who have played like 3 games. They still got a lot of games to play. So I mean, they could come into this one and just go way up on that leaderboard. Looking at teams like Raptors as well, they can still get a lot of points. Remember, like most of the points were taken by Mad Knights, right? They're about 50 points away from the second place, and you got like teams from the next 4 teams below them on the same 60 points. How crazy is that? Like, how many times do you see that, on the leaderboard where you got 4 teams on the same exact points? So as much as we're seeing like teams all the way, you got all the way down to 12th, right? Who's just 20 points away from second place. So imagine that they have one great game where they have like 15 kills and a winner with a chicken dinner. They can move all the way from 13th. GT Temple can move all the way from 13th right up to second or third on the leaderboard. So for me, things are still really close. There's still a lot of chances for these teams to come in and start to do really well for themselves.
We certainly are going to be looking forward to how these teams evolve in that regard. As now we're sliding down lower and lower on the card here, 17th to 24th. A lot of these squads have come from today, of course. It's very sad if you are on the other side, though. Teams like Relay Insider, who are looking at the situation and like, well, we've played 6 games and we're still only 19th. But just like what was mentioned now, that there's any one day, any one map can turn the tide and suddenly put you into that second place slot. We were talking earlier here, Viper, about some of these teams that are chin-chilling at the very bottom end of this table. And some of the advice that we heard from Axfire was about how get these kills, play with confidence and aggression. Fortunately, for a lot of these teams that still are going to be playing today, the next map is Sanhok. If I'm a From Mars player, a Royal Demo player, I'm thinking, yo, Sanhok, this is our opportunity, because not only is it chaotic enough that the teams that have already done well can easily get eliminated first. In fact, here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Norwood Gaming Africa, except for yesterday, that was the first time that it didn't happen, that the team that won Erangel wasn't eliminated in the first 3 teams on Sanhok. So that chance is still there for them, right, to create the kind of chaos they need to put themselves in a strong position.
Yeah, definitely. Sanhok is always that one map in which you can expect the unexpected, and the game could go in anybody's favor depending on how well the charter are discussed. And well, it's pretty much a map of third party, fifth party, so anything can happen. To Sanhok, you need to put your head on a swivel. You need to move fast to get the fight. So for a team like I don't know, from Mars Royal Demo X right now, all they need to do is make sure they've got their tracks, moving really fast and out of danger. If you need to get into a fight, get into it, get out of it in seconds. And if you can't get out of it in seconds, find a way to reposition yourself really quickly away from that, prying height that can just be third party looking to get that easy shot at you. That's all I can say about now right now.
So honestly, it's my favorite map in this game. I love madness to be happening. Sometimes you watch Miramar or Erangel and you're like, these teams are being way too strategic about this. Just go in and create chaos, create madness, and make sure that everything is as fun to watch as humanly possible. And one thing that is very dangerous, though, as of course we're still going to be seeing the teams that are at present from 25th all the way down to 32nd. Y'all spoke about it in the game, Tony. Y'all spoke about it. In Nkosi Super Cup, right? A lot of the teams that are participating today came up from the Nkosi Super Cup. They didn't just arrive here out of accident. They've grinded a lot of PUBG Mobile to find themselves in the Umzansi Esports League. It starts to get really scary, firstly for the teams that are already in the bottom 8 right now, but even the teams that are just slightly ahead of them, right? Take the team in Zimbi, for example. They just had a phenomenal showing right now on this map here. However, you're still very scared that if you don't keep having phenomenal showings, suddenly you might get relegated and have to justify being in the Umzansi Esports League again and have to compete with up-and-coming teams who might even be hungrier than you at that point.
Yeah, for me, the way I look at it is that teams like the Mzimbi are doing what I would want 10x to do. You understand? Because Team Mzimbi is they got themselves about 10 or 11 kills, and they've given themselves some a lot of points to go forward with. You can see they have 17 eliminations now, and even though the placement points aren't there yet, they aren't getting themselves into those final spots. What they're doing is they're giving themselves the confidence to say, hey, you know what, I can go on and win I can go on and win, games. I can go on and fight all the guys. I can get the knocks. And while they're in the bottom half of the map right now, and that doesn't tell the whole story, because looking at their eliminations, and as we saw in the game, it clearly shows that they can fight, they can take on teams. Yeah, so for me, that they're doing the right thing, and it's definitely going to start paying off for them. Yeah.
We'll see if it pays off, of course, on the upcoming map of the evening, which, as we all know, as we take a look at how the order of operations is always underway here, we start with Erangel every single evening, and then we go onto the beautiful map of Sanhok. And one thing that I've always loved to see is how these teams start to acclimate and adapt and ensure that they are never, ever counted out, no matter what map that they're playing on. I am very curious, though, to see if in Zimbi they are going to be utilizing this newfound confidence coming off of Erangel, if it translates into Sanhok as well. Because here, Viper, they also, let's be serious, right? They might have been taking advantage of the fact that people around them are going to be playing a lot more considered, a bit more skittish on Erangel. So are we certain that this is going to translate into Sanhok as well, where everybody is incentivized to play the same way?
I would be straight with you there. It's really difficult to predict some of games ahead of time, because you think one way this is how it's gonna go going into the final game, but you get in there and it turns out completely a different game. But looking at what we've got right now, majority of these teams, based on the first game that they've had, might actually be going into Sanhok guns blazing right there, because right, a lot of teams out there did not have too much of like a really good game. So going into Sanhok, they might actually go in there like, let's even get these skills, and from there, never can tell the good pick of the business next.
Absolutely. I really want to see how that particular map is going to unfold, and we are getting the game ready right now to ensure that as many of these teams as humanly possible can get their shot at elevating their position here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. As we see here, it's the 11th match that is going to be here on Sanhok, the 11th map that we're going to be playing. Kind of wild that we've come this far in only 4 days of total action here in the Umzansi Esports League. The first week, of course, elapsed with some very strong action-packed matches happening on Sanhok. So I'm looking forward to be having that replicated here again today. Today is also a day, good Sir Viper, where whichever team ends up doing well in Sanhok in this particular situation, you just mentioned it now, they might actually be able to get not just second place, but first. How much pressure is there on a team that can, in one game, manage to succeed that hard in this situation? All right, so let's see. These teams are busy getting set up right now. Everybody's getting ready and prepared. Gentlemen, I want some predictions out of you, right? Axfire, I'm going to start with you. Give me the top 3 squads that are going to come up in this game, and give me the most amount of kills by any given squad.
You want me to give them the casters course? Okay.
Yeah,
let me lay my hands on them. Okay, so I'm looking at. I don't know how I want them to perform. I'm not going to mention them. I'm not going to mention them. Okay, I'm looking at Mad Knight. Yeah. I'm looking at YT. YT doing really well as well. I'm looking at Black Clover. They didn't have quite a good game. Maybe I can give them a little bit of my cast up lesson. Okay, going into this next match. Yeah, I think we're going to see teams getting maybe 15 kills in this game. Going guns blazing.
Ooh,
I mean,
that's exciting.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see who that team's going to be. I don't want to mention
what about
the
you,
name.
Viper? You know, Axfire, our boy Axfire is letting us down here. Doesn't want to give the casters curse. You know, doesn't want to put it on the line. Put him down here, Viper. Put your chips on the table. Who you got for this upcoming Sanhok, and how many kills are they gonna get?
You know, I'm just gonna be bold a bit on this one, and I'm gonna go for 10x Africa. I'm looking to see about 9 kills from them.
Yo,
see about 9 kills from them in that first to second place position. It's a challenge to you guys, 10x Africa. You can hear me right now, and please do not disappoint. I am, tapping from that under prediction 40 points right now, and I'm putting it forward. Say, guys, come true, please, come true.
cost. You've given them the cost. My God. I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh, the curses have been given, the blessings have been given. We're going to be seeing which one of these is going to afflict these teams as we get into the second and all-important map of the day. Sanhok is on, Groups B and C are on, and Actfire and Viper are once again on the mic. Take it away, boys. We'll talk to you after the game.
All right. We're getting ready to go watching the boys from 10X. They've not had quite a good time, guys, and this one, and Bipolar and his boys definitely do need your help. I've heard a lot of good things about them, coming into the season, that we should expect a lot of things from them. So I do know that they haven't showed what they are capable of. So if they've got fans right there on the chart, do tell us about them, show them some love, show them some support, because definitely they needed to perform right here. They got predictions from Viper saying they're going to get 9 kills. So Viper, what makes you think that Bipolar, who hasn't had any points so far, after this amount of games, is going to get potentially 9 kills?
Don't worry, I'm just sending positive thoughts towards them, you need to keep sending those positive thoughts forwards towards them, and you'll be shocked at how well it comes out really, really good. But I'm looking at Team Apex right now. That's like a really, really nice spread out, getting that coverage in the area to get their loot on. I really love what they're doing right there, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. They are trying as much as possible to be really, really smart about how, they get their loot right there. And you can already see they're there within that zone. They don't have a lot of teams with them, so obviously they'll be able to get that loot off. You can see the Team Fear all the way in had Ting as well. They will have to rotate into that zone with Team Lag not too far away from boot camp, right there in between boot camp and Paradise Resort. And all these teams are pretty much spread out right now, but we're seeing some fight going down at boot camp, and who knows, we might get one team, eliminated so far. So who you rooting for apart from 10X? There's another team, the boys of Energy. I haven't really seen much from them in this particular game. Maybe we'll see more coming down from them. The boys from EXO as well. They've been also a team who has been trying to fight. They've been trying to push. It's not for lack of action here, right? But somehow it's not just been working out for them. So let's see how they do continue to play this one. But we do see the boys from YT. They've gotten 2 players eliminated. They're coming up against Mars. They've gotten 1 knock onto the boys from Mars. Now they'll be making their push onto them, or just heading into the vehicle and leaving this position.
Okay, so we are seeing the major ones, heading over to boot camp and having that fight really quickly. I don't understand what White is doing right here. I think they just want to get away from this fight, or possibly get a different angle to be able to get the upper hand in the fight. A bit of a spin out happening right there. But the other time we were watching the map just a second ago, the northern part of this map does seem to have a lot of activities going there. It would be nice to see how majority of those teams will be making their rotations into the zone. It's going to be an hectic time because they will be, there will be a lot of teams crossing each other's paths, and the engagements might be coming in earlier than we have expected right there. YT already losing 2 players earlier into this game as they've landed with Mars over there in bootcamp. Not what you want in this kind of map, because the numbers do, help a lot. But at the same time, coordinating a 2-man team might be less of a job than coordinating a 4-man team. So let's see how well they will be able to use this one to their advantage.
And yeah, definitely they do need to find a way to sort of like, hold themselves together, even with the lesser men so far. They might try as much as possible to keep things calm as they do try to progress in this game. I mean, I've seen teams do it all the way down to the final circle just with 2 teams. In previous seasons, I've seen G3 do it. 4KT, the biggest of the biggest, have to be able to play with disadvantages that they have and still somehow find a way to gather those points. So definitely they will be looking to do that. YT is quite experienced, but they've probably just been handed a really bad hand so far. So let's see how it does play out for them. They're obviously going around to look for that loot and get more into this particular game. EXO is another team. I do have mixed feelings for them. They've struggled coming all the way from the Umzansi, but they I feel like they have that fire in them. Pretty Shan, God bless. They've been together for quite a while. They've been doing this for quite a while. They've played within the African scene, and they're here, and it's one of those things where I'm just asking myself, like, are they ready for the big leagues? Are they ready to, be in the Umzansi and to continue to gather those points, or are we going to see them just drift away like some teams who have showed up and into the Umzansi and somehow just gotten relegated next season?
Well, I believe they will keep pushing. The fact that they are here and they're still fighting does mean like they have that fire in them, and definitely would be able to pull up something, even if it comes to fighting again for the chance to stay in this particular league. I'm pretty sure they would keep, putting up that particular fight. But that's talking about fights right now. Energy is looking to pick up one. In fact, has picked up one already with EXO, and oh, that angle might be wide open to aim, but as he's going really, really quickly to look for the angle while Box is getting that push up in. I wouldn't be too, pushy right now, especially Boxy. If he gets caught right there, he's a bit far from the rest of his teammates. A couple of shots would get him down and tested really, really quickly, but he might be getting some support from Superior as well. Love to see how this one is going to be playing out. But as it stands right now, we can see Energy has got that eye angle. They've got the high ground right there and might be using it carefully to their advantage. While RDX, they've lost two players right now, and we've got more teams, pushing up onto their position. BC, Black Clover, on this other hand, just seems to want to get the kill point as many as possible, getting the pre-fires through the door. This is an amazing part of this game that I see, that the players can, predict where the enemy teams could be coming from, and you could see them just making preemptive shots to get into whatever is happening right there. Yeah.
Ooh, and Jinx trying as much as possible to fight his way right there. He did take out two players. He did really need support from his teammates. For me, that's one of the things that affects this team sometimes. You have really great gameplay coming down, and it doesn't show up on that leaderboard because your teams are not just close to you to put that final finish into the last guy. And you can see right there, he got two knocks. By the end of the day, he gets taken out because his teams are not close, and that's what I usually see from the bigger boys, like G3, like the Slime 4KTs. They always find a way, even when they're having splits, to cover each other up. They while you're fighting, while you're taking out two players, they're not too far away from you to be able to provide that assistance when they need to. And I think that that's definitely one thing that teams like RDX can definitely learn from from the bigger teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The ability to get that quick reset, the ability to get that revive onto your teammates, the ability to stay in position such that you could give that cover and give that immediate revives when needed, or that immediate cover fire when needed, is one thing that is the mark of a really, really great and an amazing team right there, which is one of the things that we've seen from Mad Knights, being able to keep all four players up into the last zone. We've seen the same from Slime 4KT, being at most times they get three players knocked down, and the last man is still always there to get the rest of the team up, which is always amazing to see how well the coordination between these teams are being able to prioritize what to go on to next. We are like, I need to take this fight right now. I need to finish the enemy. I need to retreat. I need to get the revive. Prioritizing and making those decisions just in the nick of time. That is, that is like a major part of that team building exercise and being a really, really good team right there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, EXO so far, they are. I mean, we've spoken about them because we've seen them quite a lot in this Sanhok game. They're a team that's holding themselves together. Trying as much as possible to gain those points. We talked about them teams like 10X. You know, we've also talked about teams like Fear, teams like Nzimbi. Who were getting the kills. I feel like sometimes when you stay on the map like without action, especially a map like Sanhok, you could just get caught out and wiped. Like I'm looking at them and I'm sort of like scared. Like avoiding action for too long may be to your detriment. In this game, but we'll see how that goes for them.
Yeah, if you can keep like a an high tempo from the beginning of the game, definitely being able to keep up with that tempo is something that you will be able to do through the rest of the game. But on the other end, the mark of a really good team is being able to switch up those tempo as need maybe. If the need says let's go really aggressive, then you should be able to switch it off in the blink of an eye, go from that 0 to 100, 0 to 60 without wasting a moment's notice. But if it's going to be let's keep it chill, let's just cruise the area, look for 1 point here, 1 point there, definitely you should be able to keep that tempo as well. So this is one of the things teams should aspire to, bring themselves up to standard about, be able to just get into the fight, crush it, change the tempo of the game, make it fast paced, medium pace. You want to slow it down. Those little things are what really points out to yes, this is a really, really great team, I must say.
Yes, yes, yes. You can see them inching quite closer to the action right there. As you do see the boys from Energy right in front of them. But it doesn't look like they will be taking on them shots so far. EXO looks like a team that's setting up to just be, take things easy, take things slow. There's several different teams in their front. They don't want to make that push so far. They're prioritizing the placement points. Why do you think so? Do you think that they're lacking confidence? Is this a right move for them to make? Are they supposed to take things easy? Or if you were in that situation, in their situation, you would be making that push for teams instead of just trying to edge things out and take things easy.
At this point, this is Sanhok making blind pushes for teams right now. It's a really delicate move to make because you're not
Mm.
exactly sure of exactly other people's position, and it's a pretty small map that if shots goes up in one side of the map, the whole map hears about it and definitely will be looking to get that investigation going. Where is that shot coming from? Can we take advantage of this particular fight to blindside the enemies and get that third party action? So right now, I would say they are not doing too badly, holding a particular position and trying to make sure they get in as much information as possible about the teams rotating around them, and possibly look to see if they can catch another team, lagging on that rotation right there, and just take a couple of points out before they know if they want to push out. It's still quite early in the game, about zone 2, 12 minutes down into this game, so we can expect to see majority of the teams growing a bit aggro. Yes, I know I predicted the aggressive gameplay, but it does seem it's not turning out that way right now. The teams are taking it really, really slow and just going for that information gathering play right now, which is really, really nice to see because information is everything in this game and how you process it.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Apex is another team that has been, showing themselves. They do feel like, they just have like a different structure about them recently. Players like, Kage, Professor, they've been together for quite a while with Yesa, but now coming in, with Andrew into the team, it does feel like, that IGL, that player that has really got the smarts about how to position yourself, has now finally come into the team. You can see the way they're spread out, but they're in a position where you can see where Andrew is at. You can see where Professor is at. They can provide themselves that support, and they're in like this 2-2 split. With on the other end, Kage and Yesa together to, just somehow just support each other, if one person gets knocked, or if they're coming up against a team and they just need that support, but they're also still spread out enough to be able to take out teams from several different angles if they get pushed.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see Apex getting that real estate with a wild spread while not too far apart. It's the close knit long range play. It's a really amazing, nice. It's a really nice play style because you get to cover a lot more direction. You get to take in a lot more information if you hold a lot of angles, and at the same time you are still in such a close knit that you can easily fall back onto your teammate and get that cover fire from your teammate if an enemy team encroaches into your area. But right now it does seems like we're going to be jumping over to 10x Africa has to this I hope I've not checked these guys. Inzimbi is the team looking to push up onto them. We've seen Inzimbi in Erangel pulling a really, really nice game right there, and now they are coming on towards 10x. I think 10x has been able to pick that particular one in. Beautiful spray from Zlatron. That is 1 for 2 real quick, bro.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. They needed the situations, but you can see right here the boys. Ooh, the boys from Nzimbi are getting put to the ground. They just left with the one player, and right now he's on the run, and that's what 10x needed. You understand? They needed those points. They have gotten those points right now. They've got those two eliminations, 3 eliminations actually, and no matter what, at least they've come into this game, and they've I mean, they've gotten the points. Remember we said before the start of the match that they do need to get those kills, and I love the way they positioned themselves. 2 players were on one side, Bipolar was on the other, and they were just able to get those guys. Msimbi is a very, very compact team. They're a very aggressive team. You can't joke with them. They got about 10 eliminations in the last game, so that they know how to fight. So 10x is now beginning to show themselves. All they need to do now is look for that last guy and just finish things off.
Well, I'm just relaxed right now. I'm saying 6 left. I predicted 9. So yeah, six more kills left, Tony. 6 more kills left.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, beautiful work coming in from 10x Africa right there, getting that 3 elim points right there from Nzimbi. Quite unfortunate Nzimbi is left with just 1 player right now. He's going to try to slug it out, try to stay alive for as long as possible. But right now, it's going to be Black Clover and your killer is right on the beats, trying to get that elims onto each other. But no, do not go for that thirst when you are yet to clear the area. This is some level of play that I would expect players to know by now. You don't go for the test, especially when you have no idea of the positioning of your enemy team right there. It might have been a lot more successful trying to get the revives on that one. But now the game is tilted well in the favor of your killer is, as they've got the numbers about 3 players up alive right now. Just 1 for Black Clover, as Dagger is currently bleeding out for them. They got 2 kills, and that tree is not going to provide too much of a cover because EXO in the distance is looking to also get a point from this. This is what I was saying earlier on. You shoot a shot right from any position in the map, people are looking towards that direction, Tony.
Yeah, definitely. That's what you do expect in a map like Sanhok. And I just feel like I'm looking at that Black Clover team and wondering to myself, like, the player who missed today's match, was that your IGL? Because it does feel like it was just a bad call, towards that end. They still had a fight in them, even when they had 1 guy down. They were still a 2-man squad. They needed to position, better. But I mean, that player just went for, the finish, and okay, is just took him. It was just like a gift, to them. And yeah, it is what it is. So they need to go back now, look at the decision making right there, and try to be very aware of their environment. I think they made the same mistake in the last map, where we saw the boys from Solo right next to them. They weren't aware. They got into the buggy and they got blown up. Lost 2 players, in a similar fashion. So they definitely need to look back. They're a good team. We definitely know that they are, but they need to look back and ask themselves, if they made the right decisions, because now it's cost them 2 games and they have just 1 more game to try to get those points.
Wow. Looking at right now, XO Redefined, they've seemed to set up in a really, really good position where they have really good sight on majority of the fights going on in their vicinity. As you could see, they've got eyes right there onto Lag Esports, being able to fire a couple of shots onto your killer is, and your killer is right now knows it's time to make that move as the zone is right on their heels. And we do know it's a zone 4, so the ticker is definitely going to be a tough one, maybe still quite bearable, but if that zone reaches zone 5, then it's going to be a killer ticker really quickly. So you can see them already making the move, but they might just not be able to make this into the full zone with their full health, as Raptors Esports is just off on the distance and might be taking shots, and that is going to be the guys from 10x Africa living up to my prediction, taking down Apex.
Wow. Okay.
That's one from Apex though.
Okay. This is definitely going to do something for the confidence, but you can already see Andrew coming in right there and battling things out for his team. They do have that experience, and now it's just one guy up on that hill. The other players for 10X are currently at different positions right there, but they've got to see how they can provide that support. You can already see Daz beginning to take on shots onto Professor, but Kage is gunning and he's going for him. He's looking to get that knock, and if he can't get that knock onto Daz, then that may just be the end for 10X, and that's exactly what he does right here, turning things around. He's taking down one player. They've been able to get that revived, the boys from 10X. So it's a 3v3 right now. Things are pretty much even. But all of a sudden, the boys from Apex have been able to fight back on their position. But now, Andrew goes down, and the boys from 10X can begin to push onto this. But Kage has an angle. He's doing a lot for his team. He's fighting back for them. And now, is Professor going to push onto this one? Is he going to look to get that heal and that revive onto Andrew? Because he definitely does need to. Kage coming in and trying to provide that support. I do think it's just one guy left yeah, it's one guy. They've gotten a revive onto one of the players. Zatron has got to find a way to fight it out, and they do take him out. Ah, man. What do you think they did wrong? What do you think they did wrong here? Did they just come up against a better team?
Well, that's one way to put it, but I believe there are a couple of things that they could have done a lot better. This is Sanhok. This is the game of getting flanked or flanking the enemy. They had the right idea, leaving that man on that wild flank right there. But immediately he fired up that first shot, being able to lower the enemy team. He should know right there and then that there is definitely going to be someone trying to get a counter flank on him and not get too comfortable right behind that tree. I would say every single time a tree is not sufficient cover out there in Sanhok. So he could have been looking actively to make himself get to a better position to counter flank whatever the enemy team is looking to see. But no, that is not what you want to see as Team Apex just lost two of their players right there to a ghastly car blow up right there. It's going to be Andrew left up alive, solo survivor for Team Apex. Still 12 teams alive in this one. And man, that is going to be some hectic next level gameplay for them to get into top 5, and I think Andrew can deliver it right there. But EXO redefined, Tony, that position they've got, bro.
Man, it's a really tough one for a lot of these teams because that position where EXO redefined is at, they can just push onto the boys from Raptors and just easily take them down. But let's turn outside onto Zero Tolerance now, coming up against Solo. We saw them in the last game, just going absolutely crazy. They're turning their shots right now. It's just left with Skido, and you can see in the axe just getting knock after knock. This man does have the experience, and he's gotten the eliminations and taking them down right there. Two guys from Zero Tolerance, and one goes out to the play zone, and they've gotten themselves some extra kills. They didn't lose a player in that particular one, and Playboy and his boys can now go on and try as much as possible to get into that zone. You see that one of the players has got a spot inside that zone, so all they got to do is just hold that edge and continue to push further and further. They've got some things to work with. They've got some rocks, they've got a tower right there, so they're still in a good spot. This is a very, 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 very crazy spot for the zone to end in. As you can see, some players don't have the height advantage. Some of them are just chilling down there. Lag Esports as well is on that far left, man. So it's going to be a really tough time. If that zone, imagine if that zone moves all the way towards that center, how crazy it's going to be for all these teams, trying to rotate right there.
Yeah, beautiful. I was just spotting Shiva right there off in the distance, making some Shiva movement on the spot just to evade Wizards 5.56 raining out towards him. And he was just lucky enough that a Wizard ran out of bullets just in the nick of time. But the positioning they've got right now has got them vulnerable on multiple angles. You can see the shots raining down towards them right now. It's going to be Zampi left up alive right there from them. As EXO is going to be forced to drop down for that position. Now they are going to be a target for every single member of Solo. You can see Solo is just picking them off one after the other. It's target practice right now. It's like, yo, I got enemies right in front of me. I can take them out pretty easy because they've got to contend with the zone. They've got to contend with me, and I'm probably going to win if the zone doesn't win first. So yeah, Solo Esports right now picking up the kills. You can see they are up to that 6 points right now. RPT just down in that little ditch, using every single cover they've got to their advantage. I'm shocked that Zampi was able to bring them all back to life. That was beautiful work from him. They've lost one though.
Somehow the boys from Raptors are still holding their game in this one, but Wizard has got an angle as he does take out Shiva. And right now, they're looking like a team that wants to go in and grab this winner chicken dinner as well as some kills to their name. Now sitting on 7 kills. They have, whoa, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. The boys from Lax are getting taken out. It's just down to Zambi and Victor, which is the only one now left for his team. I actually did think he was down, but he was just on low health. And now he's got to get into that zone as well. And it's just easy pickings from the boys from Solo Esports as they do take that game home. Wizard and his boys getting the winner chicken dinner. Lovely gameplay coming for them as they get themselves 9 kills as well. GG's.
Well, at least I got something right.
But you gave 10x the caster cost. You gave them
not
the
the kills, but the
yeah.
So
You told me, you promised me 9 kills. You did say
Yeah,
9 kills are gonna happen. Just
9
not
kills
the
over the
exact
screen,
team.
man. 9 kills right there.
Oh my
From Solo,
goodness. Very fun game that we just saw here emerging onto Sanhok. Solo Esports, of course, are going to be coming out victorious. 9 elims, the winner chicken dinner, 24 points in total for them. And that is going to dramatically upgrade them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be second right now on the leaderboard, but we're going to see that a little bit later. For now, gentlemen, let us talk about what we just saw happening. Obviously, y'all were in the game. Something that we do not see that is so strange and so bizarre for the most part. How often is it the case that you see on Sanhok the game be this slow? This is kind of a strange day here, Actfire. When we started on Erangel started with the mad action at the beginning, knocks on knocks, everybody just trying to get as much aggression out as possible. And then Sanhok is the one where everyone is slow, deliberate. I mean, we got to the 5th zone with still 15 teams in the lobby. Explain to me how this happened.
I think a lot of teams were, trying to be overly cautious, trying as much as possible to get themselves that placement points. And that's what usually tends to happen if, in this zone, as we saw in the final circle, if you keep on trying to hold on, and all the teams are doing that and they're not killing themselves off, then you just get into the final circle where it's like all guns blazing and, it's wild west. Anyone can take the game, and it's all down to, who gets the best position and down to luck at the end of the day.
Well, it's luck at the end of the day, but skill as well. It tends to win this one out. So we're going to be seeing what that skill has brought these squads when we see the tally of points and eliminations brought all up to see exactly how these teams have performed so far and what the match ranking looks like after the Sanhok map. The team obviously that won here in Solo Esports, like I said earlier, because of the points that they've accrued from this map, they're going to be getting very high up in the ranking overall. But Viper, talk to me about some of these other teams, right, that were a bit low on a bit like low key in the previous maps and last week, but started to do really well here on Sanhok. In particular, I want to outline this Raptor squad. It feels like they just came out of absolutely nowhere, didn't they? They feel obviously okay points-wise, wasn't too terrible in game 1, but they did a lot of cool things here in this map. They did that a massive part where they were able to get a full res practically on the entire squad, keep them going long enough to get into the 2nd position. And, now that they've gotten these 19 points, right? Earlier on, Actfire was telling us about how to build confidence. They've done that here. They should feel so good about themselves, shouldn't they, by getting these many points from the game?
Yeah, definitely should feel really, really good because you can see Raptors Esports. I would have said that was the last straw that broke their back when they had 3 players done, but the fact that Zampi was away from the team was just holding it back, and he was able to bring it back in right there, even with XO redefined on their tail right there. It was just beautiful work right there from the last one of the team. So yeah, I really commend them for that, and gathering this much points, it's definitely a walk in the right direction. Just a couple of more sounds to
move
do,
in that right direction. Yeah. Not the easiest set of circumstances in the world, but they make it work at the end of the day. And of course, the team that I was told they would get 9 kills, but they did get a respectable 4 here on the side of Africa 10X as they came 8th in this particular matchup. So for them, they finally are starting to get some points on the board, finally are starting to demonstrate why they are here in the Umzansi Esports League. However, gentlemen, I'm a bit disappointed by 2 of the squads that we see in the bottom half of these rankings. 11th, zero tolerance skills outside, despite winning the first map. At the very bottom here, Team Mzimbi, who did very well on Erangel, but only finding a solitary placement point here on Sanhok. This is not good, right? I don't. Half the time, I'm okay with seeing a team that doesn't do so well in the first map and then does really well on the second one. But it doesn't feel that good for your overall Actfire if you start strong, but then you start to, let off the gas and you start to look worse on worse on worse in the subsequent games. Is that going to affect their performance going into this third and final map of Miramar?
Now, and I'm thinking to myself that, guys like Mzimbi would definitely be kicking themselves and wanting to, do a lot better in, the next map. Same thing with teams like Black Clover, Royal Demo as well. Like these teams are, they're trying, but it's just little mistakes like we saw from Black Clover, little decisions that they just need to change, in the game because they're getting the knocks. They're getting, they're pushing teams, but they're probably not just doing it together. RDX2, they made the same mistake. They had a player who were taking out two players, but his teammates were not with him. So they're not, it's not for the lack of skills, but it's just probably, decisions making, that they've made so far. And maybe their IGL just needs to look back at the game and just tell themselves, hey, you know what? We need to re-strategize, our decisions and, just come back and try to, do better.
Well, even though they do need to restrat zero tolerance skills there on the lower half of the card, they still have managed to do enough today to get themselves into the 4th slot overall in the rankings here in the Umzansi Esports League. Team Apex, phenomenal performance from them in the first game. Decent enough in Sanhok. Is going to be good enough to get them into 3rd place. And of course, Solo Esports, who've just claimed their 2nd winner chicken dinner. That'll elevate them into 2nd place overall. I feel a bit foolish here, Akfire. I was giving you grief about whether or not some team might be able to overlap the Mad Knights, but so far, not going to happen just yet, but it actually does seem like a possibility. Team Fear and Raptor, 5 games apiece. They're also in the top 8. But Viper, let's talk about this, right? This here is where things start to look difficult. The second lineup here, the 9th, 16th slot, all coming from groups A and D. We're not seeing any of the squads here between B and C occupying this particular milieu. We spoke about it before Sanhok started, the fact that this gap between the top teams and the lower teams is increasing. I legitimately thought that it wasn't going to be this stark, but it seems like each particular map we play, it only gets worse in Group B and C, the difference between the best of the best and practically the rest.
Yeah, it's quite glaring right there. It's even a really amazing feat for G3 to have only played 3 games and to still be on this particular page. Anyways, that's just worth mentioning real quick. But right there, looking at all the teams on this particular page right now, you could see the points gaps between them is really tight. And looking at the first page, the points gap between that first page and this particular page is wide. So they've got their work cut out for them to catch up with the rest of the teams that are actually pushing up from the rest of the groups right there. So it's well, let's see how well they'll perform in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, they need to do incredibly well in these upcoming matches. Of course, here the squads from 17th to 24th position, most of them being squads that are participating today. It's only Reela, Insider, the Sidemen, and BBCX who have already played 6 of their games. But the other squads, YK, especially from Mars, them and Royal Demo X, still have an opportunity here to post up some good numbers when we get to Miramar, elevate themselves into page 2 or probably into that top 8 of page number 1. Another team here that we see that also has only played 3 matchups is Slime 4KT, and despite that, they still are in a comfortable enough position that they're not yet, very strong emphasis on the yet, fearful of having to battle it out in that relegation promotion playoffs later in the season. With that though, we are going to be seeing the bottom teams. This is where it's I'm just happy that 10x Africa has something, Viper. I'm just happy that they went so long without being able to accrue any points whatsoever. At long last, they finally put themselves on the board.
Yeah, the fact that they're even still fighting and trying to, catch up, trying to just get some sort of point, those seems like they have their mindset in the right direction. They just need to patch up a few things. As we see in that Sanhok match, it took the first fight against, I think it was Black Clover, and they were able to the team Inzimbi was against Inzimbi, and they were able to actually win taking down 3 of them, and it was a Team Apex where unfortunately that they went into next, was able to kill one before they made a lapse in judgment and got taken out. But definitely the fact that I can still see them fighting right out there means that they are not ready to give up. And trust me, mark my words, even if they don't make it to that top part, they are still going to climb from this particular position that they found themselves in.
Yeah, we want to see them climbing as high up as humanly possible. We want to see them stay fighting. We don't want that awkward position where a team just feels like they've given up just because the results haven't been going in their direction. So they still have many bites at the cherry. It's only the second week, everybody. It's only the second day of the second week. Still a lot more PUBG Mobile action to come. And here in the Umzansi Esports League, we are going to keep the competition rolling this evening because we now move on to Miramar, the map that is often been the deciding factor in really elevating these teams. Unfortunately, because today has been so odd, it's kind of difficult here at Fire to predict how these teams are going to play it out, right? This playstyle, if I just showed you the playstyle of Erangel, you would have thought that those were teams on Sanhok, and the same is true of Sanhok versus Erangel. Very quickly, before this game gets going, we do not know how these teams are going to be playing. We do not know exactly how they're going to stack up within the lobby. But I want your prediction on how many zones we're going to get in total in this game and which team is going to find themselves with the most eliminations. I really want to see whether or not we're going to actually see any of those squads, though. You know, one thing that I'm also curious about, and I'm curious about that prediction from ActFire in a second, but whilst ActFire is rejoining here, Viper, give me yours. What do you think? Which squad gets, how many kills per squad, like for the winning squad, and how many zones are we going to be getting here in Miramar?
As we've got the likes of Team Apex in this particular lobby, I would tend to swing a bit towards them while still hoping that 10x Africa comes up with something in this particular match. But going back to Team Apex, I probably would want to see a double-digit kill from them, hopefully, and then being able to get as far as the very last zone that we have right there. But we do know that Miramar is a game of it's a really lengthy game right there. The map has so much space that a lot of these teams has the wiggle ability to move around and stay alive for as long as possible. So definitely we might be seeing a lot of teams getting into that end zone right there.
I'm excited to see how that is going to work out, how that's going to pan out.
Yes.
Miramar has been the site of strategy, has been a site where most of these teams that know exactly what they're doing on the map, this is where they shine, this is where they demonstrate their knowledge of the game. So before the game itself gets going, we are hyped, we are excited. There's a lot of teams here that can potentially challenge for the second slot, and also 1 or 2 teams that if they do really well on this map could find themselves going top 1 in the group. Groups B and C, have been very competitive. Like we mentioned, we've seen that the teams that are competitive are very competitive with each other. The gap between them and the rest of the pack is quite stark, and it seems to be growing. The question is whether it will continue to grow by the time we also approach Miramar. Very excited to see if that is going to be the case. I hope not, because the closer the teams are, the more exciting PUBG Mobile tends to be. You see, you got Team Apex in my mind. You keep talking about them. No, not today. Now we Gucci. With that though, gentlemen, ActFire, Viper, we have the third map. Miramar is finally ready. We are going to be having these teams play up against each other. We're hoping for more action. I'm personally also hoping that this time around it's a bit more predictable. Sanhok was weird, it was too slow. Erangel was way too fast. Let's hope for a nice, perfect middle ground here on Miramar to bring you that Goldilocks zone. We have ActFire, we have Viper, we've got some PUBG Mobile. Take it away, boys, and I'll talk to you after the game.
All right, guys, we're getting ready and set to go for our final game of the day. It's been a really interesting day with all the teams bringing their A game so far. So I'm curious to see how this Miramar game is going to go. Viper, what do you think? How do you think this one's going to go? Is it going to be fast-paced like it was in Erangel, or are we going to see, things, just build up really slowly like it did in Sanhok?
Well, I think a lot of that particular question will be answered in a few seconds as we are going to see where the teams are going to be landing. Probably where we'll be seeing, the early engagements. We'll be seeing some teams contesting each other. But aside from that, I don't really think I would be expecting early fights from them. But they are about to prove me wrong right now. Chumasera does seem to be having a lot of activities in that region. So I don't know. This might actually turn out to be a really, really, active game where we'll see a lot of the teams just eating it up early enough in the game. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We do want to see that early action coming in from Miramar because you do know like that may be all we get for a couple of minutes because Miramar is like so big and all teams, need to, start to make their rotations into that zone. But as it begins to build up, then you begin to have like a really good finale, and end to, the action today. The boys from the 10X haven't really had such a great time. Sanhok is a little bit better. I mean, they did manage to get, an elimination onto, the boys from Zingi, but hopefully, do you think it would have improved your confidence going into this final game?
Yeah. Hopefully. Hopefully. We can only hope at this point in time.
Yeah, definitely we can only hope at this particular point in time how things are going to play out for the team. But I do want to see them begin to show what they're capable of. I mean I don't know. I like to root for the underdogs. I want them to, even if they're gonna go down, they should go down with a fight. They should be able to show because I've seen some people, right there on the chart, show them some support. So they definitely do have some fans, who will be willing, who will be hoping to see them, perform a lot better than they currently have had so far on the show. But we still got, guys like, Lack Esports who haven't really brought their A game so far. But I do know that they've got in them. We've seen that from them in previous seasons. We got guys like, Team Apex who didn't have like, quite a lovely game building into that those final circles in the last one, getting two of the players blown out while they were trying to make that rotation, and Andrew the last one in the team. So it'd be curious to see how they do continue to play things out. The boys from Fair as well do need to climb up on that leaderboard, but I feel like Fear has been somehow
Yeah.
just managing to keep themselves getting those consistent points.
Yeah, I don't know. I've not really been seeing much from here over the couple of days back, but I believe they've got it in them. They need to just put in a lot more work. I don't know. Fear Esports has been out here in the scene for quite a while, and I believe they've got what it takes to actually be one of the best in each one of these leagues right there. But quite unfortunate that they've not been getting it too right. But I believe moving forward, they should be able to change a couple of things here and there to make it work for them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. They're one of those teams that has they do have that vibe. They do sort of, especially when you watch them in South African leagues, like in the West African league. Sorry, you do see them having that power, that aggressive gameplay, but it may just be one of those things that we're talking about. It may just be their confidence. It may just be a thing where you know they probably are just feeling like, let's take it easy, let's qualify to the next round, and let's continue to just show what we're capable of. But I mean, they didn't have quite a good season the previous one where they had to fight their way back into the Umzansi, and I'm
Sounds-
glad that they did. Your killer is as well another really experienced team, you know, who has been in the Umzansi coming in right here. What do you expect from them so far in this particular game? Do you think that they can continue to climb up on that leaderboard?
Well, I would expect at this point, I'm just being really, really optimistic for a lot of the teams, including your killer is right now, because they need to just keep putting in the work to keep climbing on that leaderboard. Because right now they are not looking too solid on leaderboard. At least before today, they were about 27th on that leaderboard, and phew, 27th. That's a lot of work to do. Although with one or two really good games is going to bring bring them up to that second page, I believe. Second, take them out of that fourth or third page and bring them up into the second page, which is what they want to do. And they need to keep churning in, better games like with placement points and a few kill points to match, so they can have that consistent leveling up right up the leaderboards. Yeah, so I'm being
Yeah.
optimistic for everyone right now.
Yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. Let's see how things play out. Miramar map is always one that is usually takes time for a lot of teams to continue to build themselves out to keep getting that loot, and it does look like that's what players like Hasbot are trying to do. They're trying to at least gather up and stock up as much as they can, get themselves the smokes, get themselves the vehicles, and that's definitely what their IGL will be saying to them right now. Get those vehicles so that we can start to rotate in quite quickly. And you can see Sticks has already found one, and they can now begin to rotate in as quickly as possible, because that final circle, you don't want to be the team sitting down on a buggy while you have all the teams on top of that mountain, taking shots at you.
Yeah. Mm-mm. Every single Miramar that gets played out here, I cannot shout it enough. One thing each team has to put into very, very important consideration is mobility. And you can see a lot of these teams are taking that mobility into consideration. Sleek already spotting that sleek buggy right there, and it's going to be driving straight over for as up to as bots to actually get his own vehicle, so they could make that movement and rotation further into the zone. I think that's three members of that your killer is having the vehicles to make that move and rotation further into that particular positions that they are really comfortable with, that they would be able to get the information, that they would be able to possibly pick up a couple of kills left, right, and center. Still early up in the game, not much of activities in this one, Tony, because you can see majority of the teams are just keeping it busy with looting and trying to get vehicles. Not much of grenades and shots going off yet. It's still about 8 minutes in right now, so right now I think it's just the IGLs and the teammates just thinking about how they want to play this based on the first zone that popped that they've seen right there.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. You know how Miramar map usually builds up. It starts off slow, but all of a sudden, that very second, things just switch up. And I feel like this is a really tough thing for a lot of teams mentally, because
Yeah.
what you usually see is that sometimes teams get complacent. Their body language gets down when they feel like, oh, we're not pushing. And there's a lot of people that usually say, you know what, if we're taking on fights, then we'll be ready for the next fight. But I've seen the best of the best. You know they're as ready for a fight, even when they're not fighting. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
ready. They're ready to get into a fight, even when they've been in moments like this where things are a bit down. And you can sort of like get complacent and lose distractions. They still remain alert, and they're waiting. And I think that that's the difference between a lot of teams that keep on providing that consistent performances versus the teams who just get distracted while the game builds up.
Yeah, I was actually mentioning something similar earlier on in Sanhok about teams that have the ability to change the tempo of the game in a week's notice, like just off, just thinking about it, they are already getting it done. They are getting their fights on, and yeah, we are seeing the guys from Team Apex right now. I'm rooting for you guys in this particular map, as I can see they have gotten themselves to this hilltop. Oh, are they going to be taking that hilltop? You do know this hilltop is one of the favorite positions of team. I can see Professor already setting up on top of that one, and Kage has got to be careful as he's taking a bit of fall damage on this one. Everyone is just this is just the stage of setup, and it's nice to see that at zone 2, about 10 minutes in right now, Team Apex is already looking to see if they can catch up some teams on rotation. So they've made their rotations really quickly onto these spots that they have some sort of comfort with, and I believe they've played a few games at this spot as well. You can see them manning different positions. Still, they could get as much angle to watch every single movements that might be going on around them. They've got their heads on a swivel 360 degrees, just watching it all, and I'm pretty sure they are ready to fire. Trigger hand on the trigger, ready to release those not up into the distance.
Yeah, definitely. You said it all right here. I love this position where Apex is at. They do look like they're getting ready to go. Kage being highlighted right here was definitely a hero in the last game because without that flank that he had made, it would have been really, really difficult for his team coming up against 10x right there. He single-handedly took out two guys, made that flank, and got that crucial, really crucial knock. But take a look at what Andrew's trying to do here. I'm not really sure what exactly was the plan, but obviously, it looked like he was trying to get the buggy to drive up on that mountain. But yeah, lovely gameplay coming in from them in that last one, and hopefully we will see more action going down in this particular map. But right here, we do have the boys from Fear Esports. We've spoken about them. We've spoken about how they've managed to continue to grind, get themselves a couple of kills, a couple of placement points in this particular one. And as you can see right here, Lens and his boy Tratra, getting shot up by the boys from Mars. Were smoking ahead, trying to get out of that position, but somehow, the boys from Mars are really, 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 keen on getting this fight. And as you can see right here, Swags is up against Tobo. He's sending out that nade, but the third party coming in right there from Frags, shots onto Swags is, just providing cover for Tobo to get a shot right there onto Zigod. And they
Yeah.
just have got to, I mean, Schwags looks like he's trying to pop that smoke to divide, the players right there. Let's see what plan he does have. You can already see Topo making that push, and he goes right there. He gets a knock onto Schwags, and it does look like he's going to be able to get that thirst right there, man. Oh my God, they're not having it easy.
Tony, you know, I was just looking at this fight that's happening right there between Mars and Fear Esports. Mars been able to use their crossfire angles really, really well. But quite unfortunate on the other hand, Fear Esports, they are not utilizing the crossfire angles they have. Three man is currently overloaded onto Frag's position, and they are not doing much about it. Now, three men are overloaded onto the solo Fear player that just got taken out right now, and they were able to utilize it quite beautifully with help from Frag's cover fire angle. You see what I'm talking about right now? And it's like a mirror right now from Fear and Mars at the same time, but Mars is proving to be the better team right there.
Man, Mars just, making the smarter plays, taking those better decisions. And as you can see right here, but Lens is not having any of that. We did speak about him coming back into the team as he does get one knock, gets a thirst, now reduces the deficit to a 3v3.
Nice.
And Frags is making that push right there, but he's got Trasher and Outcast coming up against him. He has three players in front of him. He does get one knock. And but
was
Lens
close.
again to the rescue, and he is able to provide support for his team. The rest of the players from Mars, what decision are they going to take? They got a three-man squad in front of them who are being totally relentless and are not holding back. But it does look like Tobo is still looking to make that push for this one. They do want to take on this fight. It is a theme of pride for them at this particular point in time. They know some of the players are low. They're going for it, and they're not holding back. Can the boys from Fear, who have two players who are currently low, make their way out of this one, or actually get that knock? You can see right here, another player from Mars goes down, Tobo, and they are down to just Z-God, but he still
Wow.
does not look like he's holding down. He's got in a knock right there onto one of the boys from Fear. It's just left with Outcast, and he's looking like he
Look
has
at
the
that.
high ground, and he does win that one for his team.
Look at that. Look at that. That was beautiful gameplay from Mars. That utilization of the grenade came in really, really handy. Even though Turbo was right behind, struggling with Zeratorian skills coming in with that beautiful third party right there. Z-God was still able to keep pushing on, hammering hard onto the guys from Fear Esports, sending that crucial grenade that got that two knock. It was just a beautifully, executed gameplay right there. But as that is going on, I could see 10x picking up a couple of kills earlier on, and I was like giving a bit of a dance in my belly right there. That yeah, they're coming through, and check it out again, they're still coming through, bro.
Man, the boys from 10X have been, somehow revitalized. But in this particular game, they've lost two players so far. So it's not looking too great for them when it comes to the numbers. But they can still be able to perform. As you can see right there, they've taken out one player. They might be in a 2v3. So it's not quite, I mean, it's not likely that they're going to make that push, but let's see how it goes so far. Zero tolerance also coming up on that kill feed, getting a couple of knocks right there, and the third party coming in right there as well, taking down Superior. So it looks like 10x kill was stolen, Viper.
Yeah, yeah. They
Ah,
they got
people are
it.
still stealing their points. Like they don't have that much.
Oh,
Come on.
it's this life is not, balance. So life is not balanced, brother. So if you snooze like this, they collect your kill. It's small time. It's the way it is, man. You don't want to snooze out here. You get a knock, find a way to get the confirmation with a nade. Don't overexpose yourself as well. But quite unfortunate, 10x is back to the lobby in that 13th position with 2 kills. I picked up a couple of kill points, and yeah, your killer is right back to the lobby as well. It is what it is, and it's happening on every single axis. In ZB, not looking too great as well. They got just 2 players left up alive, and they are making their rotations. Just right in front of them might be RDX, and let's see how Wizard Drop is going to be reacting to find it out. He might be running into a couple of teams right up ahead of him. Could this be a couple of points looking to get picked up? And that height position from Apex is doing the wonders right now. You can see them picking up the kills one after the other right there onto RDX. You come into that radius, you come into that range of contact of Apex, and you are definitely dead, man. They've set up that ambush so perfectly that, okay, it's going to be difficult to break through. But yeah, it does seem like we've got EXO trying to break through this one, as they've been able to get one knock onto that one. But the revives are already coming through as Andrew is up to the task, man.
Man, you remember what we did talk about, earlier on the way the team Apex was positioned. When one person gets knocked, another is able to provide the support for their team. But taking a look at it right now, you got the boys from Exo Redefined who are getting pushed right there by Ntimbi, and Wizard putting in the work right there. He's gotten one knock, but his HP is really low as the flank coming in from Godless does take him down and send him back into the lobby. He needed his teammates right there to come in and provide the support, but the boys from EXO as well, getting a third party coming in from the boys from Apex, as they do have 2 players who are currently down, and they're down to 2. Are we going to see the boys from Apex pushing this one, or just
Hey, that
still hold
nade,
onto
bro.
their position? But look at that.
That was a close one. I could see it just cruising by the helmet. Yeah, it's
Woo!
you just gotta be careful
Wait,
with the way
what?
they throw these nades right out here. You don't want to send back to the sender to yourself real quick. But as it stands right now in ZB Ghost is just really close to them, and it's got his work order for them, not looking too good on health right now, and it's getting pushed hard on this one as British takes him out, sending that team in ZB back to the lobby in ninth position with 2 elims right on this one, and they are going to have complete control of their compounds right now with Apex in the background, possibly looking to make the rotation. Solo not too far off as well, might be catching Apex on that little rotation that they have got 2 players going on right there. But sitting dead center of this zone, looking like they've got the amazing position, would be EXO redefined, even though if a team finds a way to make it to that little hilltop patched behind them, couple of grenades could undo this position really quickly. But I'd love to see how this is going to be turning out, as it is still about 20 minutes into the game, 7 teams up alive, and Tony is right here checking them out to see who is going to be the next back to the lobby.
Man, I actually do think that the boys from Apex missed like a really golden opportunity to put themselves in the best spot within that map, especially at that. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Almost taking Andrew down right there, Michael. But you remember that point, that moment where they had taken down 2 players from EXO. My belief was that that was the moment for them to make that push, right? The whole team taking that push onto that central spot and taking it for themselves. That was the right moment. They could most likely have taken out this team, and we most probably would be down to about 5 teams left. But they didn't do that. Maybe they might still get that opportunity moving on to that final spot moments within the map. But now they've got to make the rotations onto this position where there's several different teams around them, and I'm not sure if they can make it work. Somehow they're edging that zone. There are teams at every single corner. The boys from Lag are also now pushing onto that building, looking to get a good spot. They're getting checked right there by Professor, as knocks are going down right there from the boys from EXO, and the boys from EXO are just holding these spots quite well. Apex is just thinking to themselves, right? We just need one of the players to just go down. But the positioning right now is just going to the boys from EXO, and they are just farming and taking on every single team that pushes onto that building. They do have a good spot, and let's see what the next zone does to see if they still retain it.
Yeah, the smokes down there, right there by Apex, is really, really saving them from a lot of troubles. But now allowing those smokes to go out without replacing them could be a bit of a pinch. As well, I think Solo is in a similar situation off on a distance, but they might have more cover to work with. But it seems Team Apex has got their backs to the wall right now, and yep, they are not going to let any other team call the shots on this position as they are ready. The guns are ready, scopes are down. They are firing away towards any single enemy that fires towards their direction. ZTS might be a bit of a problem for them because ZTS, zero tolerance skills, they have more cover to work with, but we'd love to see how that one is going to play out. They have got their work cut out for them. They are over 850 meters away from that zone as well. So I would love to see how they make the rotations. You can see them already getting ready as they've got less than 30 seconds to make their way into that next zone before he pushes straight onto them. Atika is going to be one really, really tough one for them to keep up with right there. But EXO right in the center of this zone, not even at the center anymore, just on the edge of this zone, keeping it up together.
And this is exactly what we did speak about, the boys from Apex, missing that opportunity, and now they have lost a couple of players. So as EXO redefined, as everyone is pushing into this particular spot, it's all down to the decision making towards that final circle. Professor and Andrew still battling it out, and right now it's just left with one player for EXO redefined. I feel like Apex is still winning this one. They're still getting into that position and taking out the guys, but they might have been able to keep a full team in this particular one if they had pushed at the right time. And Pritish, somehow still fighting it out for his team, might be able to come into this one and take out the last guy for Apex, and maybe grab himself maybe a second spot, or who knows, even find a way to clutch at the end of the day. Let's see how he does as he is on the hunt for that final player in Apex.
Yeah. Professor, quite unfortunately, just got confirmed. We are down to just Andrew, and British Madhava is on him right there. So now Andrew is taking fire from multiple positions. A grenade might be in order from British real quick. Oh, nice Molotov. Really good reaction right there from Andrew. He was at a disadvantage, but he turned it around
Andrew
in the blink of an eye, making him disappear. Oh man, that is some amazing thinking and amazing work right there from Andrew. Immediately using that utility to his advantage, was ZTS right up on top of that hill, looking hard towards his position. He's trying to push up the hill because he knows the zone is going to force him out, but quite unfortunate. Good job right there from Team Apex finishing in that third place. I think they had 9 elims, and
yeah, I think so. I think so. I feel like they may have had a better stance in this game if they had made that push quite early on to EXO redefined.
True.
So they probably will look at this game and tell themselves, hey, you know what, we could have done better here. We could have had like a full squad going into that final circle if they were pushing several lines from several different angles, and they had Kage up, they had Desa up at the same time moving into this final circle. Then it would have given them a better chance coming up against zero tolerance. But that still doesn't take anything away from Paradox and his boys, as they have managed somehow to get into this final spot. So they're going at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers against the boys from Solo. They got a couple of knocks, but right now they're in a 2v4 situation, and Wizard and his boys, all they need to do is just seal this game through. Solo has been absolutely aggressive, so this is well deserved. They've gotten themselves, into good spots many different times, and now all they got to do is just seal this one through. Who will be getting the winner chicken dinner in this final one? It's looking strongly like it's going to go to the team with the more numbers. But we've seen 2v4s many times. Is this going to be one of those situations?
I don't know, but we'd love to see it. Look. Let's first analyze their positioning. Now, Solo Esports has got two players in the zone right now, with the other 2 players on flank angles, possibly with enough mobility to make that quick move around or possibly bait out the enemy's position. Now they know Paradox's position right there, and it's gotten that really smooth movement onto his back, exposed him, distracted him, and exposed him right there. So they are playing this really, really smart, but right now you can see they are moving up in left, right, and center, making it work. It's I don't think I even need to say more. They played that
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah, the boys from Solo Esports playing that absolutely perfect. You can see the work being done by two major players, Wizard and his boy Otanix. And yeah, they do take that one home, get in the final winner chicken dinner of the day. GG's to them. And yeah, great job.
Yeah.
Solo Esports, 6 eliminations, the winner chicken dinner, second one of the evening claimed by them. That will enable them to claim these 21 points, go further ahead in the overall rankings, and just look hella solid while doing it. Solo Esports here on Miramar. This was a very intriguing matchup though, gentlemen, because yes, it was the case that they won this one out, but it could really have gone in any direction. The last 4 squads that we saw remaining on the field of play, either of them could have found a way to eke this one out. We obviously saw EXO, Team Apex, them going out before Zero Tolerance Skills in the second position. But you made mention of it in the game itself there, Agfire, that there were some points where they actually had the ability to clutch out, kill these other squads, but instead it was decision making that impacted their ability to do so. And as a result, they will end up losing all of them to Solo Esports. Let us see who was our match MVP though. In my opinion, I don't actually care what this MVP says. Yes, it's going to say Lord, did a great job, 4 eliminations, 749 damage, lots of survival time. But I have to put another shout out from our match 1 MVP here, Viper. Andrew.
Yeah.
Did so much work for Team Apex.
Yeah. He pushed up into that building, got a grenade knock while pushing up into the building, and still was able to down another member and while staying up alive to clear out the last member of EXO that was there, reacting with that beautiful Molotov. That man he's got class, bro. He's got class. The way he plays is just amazing.
You mentioned it beforehand as well, the fact that he's come through with a lot of other squads in the past and done very well with them. And we see that experience helping to herald Team Apex into a second overall points position. They might have only gotten 10 placement points, but on the back of these 9 eliminations, they get 19 points in total. Solo Esports, of course, they'll take the lion's share of everything with 21 in total for them. ZTS with 18, EXO Redefined with 15. But Axfire, look, again, the third map in a row with the top 4 much further ahead than every other team that's following beneath them.
I think right now things are beginning to shape up, like amongst the groups. We're clearly beginning to see the teams that are really, really hot, really full of confidence, and we're seeing the teams that are lacking that for now. Is that going to continue in the coming games that we're going to see in other days? I'm not sure, but for now, we're beginning to start to see that divide.
Yep. And the divide itself is not just on the basis of eliminations, which we see very starkly there, but also in placement points. More importantly, in terms of how they understand and move across the map. It was really good to see from the top 4 squads. No surprise that they are in that position right now. Of course, at the bottom, teams like Nzimbi, Fear, 10x Africa, they are the ones rounding this one out. There's some positive and negative news here, right? Very good news for teams like 10x Africa. And they're like, well, things weren't looking so hard for us coming into today, but we finally managed to get ourselves on the board. We had 0 points before today. Now we have 6 in total. So that's very positive development for us. But Viper, for teams like Nzimbi, for teams like Raptor Esports, who were doing okay, all of them have had one map where they did quite decently. It is heartbreaking to find yourself after so many maps. This Raptor Esports, they got to this top 8 after Erangel. They haven't moved an inch since then. That has to be heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, consistency sometimes really come hard, especially when you're playing against teams that are not just full sending it or putting in 100%, that are being extra cautious. So if you are trying to bring in the gameplay of just trying to get in there, get everyone, there's always going to be someone in that corner that is just waiting to get you. So I reckon they still have a lot more adapting to do to get used to this particular group, because with each group the gameplay differs. So they just need to study what each group brings to the game and tailor their gameplay towards that particular kind of gameplay.
The squads that we've seen emerge today and who we've seen learning from what their groups play like, Solo Esports, Team Apex, Zero Tolerance Skills, it's no surprise that they have Leapfrog, Blackjack Esports, and Team Unique into those top positions. Now, though, we look more and deeper into how the rest of the results have been panning out. The 9th to 16th position. Of course, a lot of the squads here have come from the prior days. It's only going to be your killer that ekes and sneaks into there a little bit. We're just talking about it now, the gap between all these teams at the top here in Group B and Group C versus the teams at the bottom who weren't necessarily able to accrue as many points. And what this means, Viper, each game week, each time that you're playing in this game, if you are one of these better squads and there's only a few of you, that means that you're basically just farming points off of everybody else, not giving the other squads an opportunity to climb up the ranking leaderboard. It feels like they have to work much harder to get those points when the competition is this divided and this lopsided, as it were. Going into these next...
Well, I feel they just need to go back to that drawing table. Look at those teams that are actually not letting them get the points, and then start hunting them down. You know, just look at their strategies, look at their movements, build up something to counter it, and then chase them so they get out of the game really quickly, and then you have the opportunity to pick up a few points without it getting stolen from you by the major teams out there.
Yeah, these major teams are just taking everything. As we now see the bottom half of the table, unfortunately, after this here 4th day of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, a lot of the squads that are going to be occupying this particular page do come from yesterday's matchups. Only a few of them are coming in from today's set of games. One thing that I find very interesting here, though, is that Team Aatrox have gotten a winner-winner chicken dinner in the past year, Actfire. It's very, very weird to have this situation, right? We were just talking now about consistency, be able to do the same thing game in, game out. And Team Aatrox is a good example of why that is necessary. You can have one really good showing and still not have it reflect in you actually climbing the overall rankings.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what it is. It's not just about having that winner chicken dinner. You do need those games where you're just getting 10 points, 8 points, 5 points here and there. And we've seen that from a team from Fear, right? They haven't gotten that winner chicken dinner, but they've just kept on getting those points, except maybe the last game, but they keep getting themselves into those spots. But I do think that a lot of these teams are still really great teams, like Slime 4KT, Team Lag, all these guys. They're probably not just having it really easy right now, like Reader Insider, Sidemen as well. Even Aatrox, but I know that they can step it up. And, they're just still trying to fill the lobby, trying to understand where people are right now. And maybe they may just come back and, just give us a blast. We'll see how it continues to go. I'm curious to see how most of the teams are going to respond.
And speaking of being able to study your opponent, figure out responses to them, all the teams that are occupying those bottom 8 in the overall rankings, they need to do their homework and they need to do it quickly to try and recover their position here in the Umzansi Esports League. From Black Clover to 10x Africa, a lot of work needs to be done over the next week just to make sure that by the time next week rolls around, you're not being left in the dust like this again. And it's very important to do so because we have to remember, Viper, and we keep bringing this up for a reason. These 8 teams are not just in danger of not going to the playoffs. You're in danger of being relegated heads up and having to fight with the Nkosi Super Cup teams on the come up just to retain your position in the Umzansi Esports League. It starts to get very scary when you're not just thinking about your position on the leaderboard, but you're thinking about your tournament life as a whole.
Yeah, it's really tough at this point to keep going. At that point, you need to know that you gotta change something up really, really quickly. Being on that bottom 8, it's stressing just looking at it because you're fighting to stay to get into the next group. At the same time, you're fighting not to get relegated because the Nkosi teams that are coming up that are looking to get into Umzamsi, they are not going to come easy at all. They would come with the best they've got because they want to get into that next league as well. So yeah, they've got their work cut out for them, but as it is a game, it is the sport. Definitely we are going to be having some teams topping and definitely some teams trying to get to that top position but will not be making it in there. So they've just got to keep fighting, bringing the fighting spirit to clear themselves back into this competition.
Speaking of how this competition's been panning out, it's not by accident that the elimination leaders, Savage, the Beast, the Professor, Skydu, and Andrew, No mistake whatsoever that these are also the teams that are at the top of our overall rankings board, underscoring the importance of playing not just with confidence and with strategy on the map, but with the ability to get these kills and eliminations. That's what's going to really juice your points tally. And Mad Knights having two of the most prolific eliminators in the game right now, no mistake that they are the number one team to look out for, the number one team to learn from, the number one team that's going to have a target on their back. I must say, though, I've been very impressed by this Andrew guy. I mean,
Yeah.
yo, Viper.
Look at this, man. He's got less than 20 minutes of total survival time, and he's got himself on that elimination leaderboard tables. Like, this is just proof that this guy knows what he's doing. Actually, as a player on his own, he's able to handle himself. He's able to put in a lot of damage, 2k plus damage, 14 elims, tied up with at least 3 of those guys on that elimination leader. It's really, really beautiful to see how well he's handling himself, I must say.
Yeah, he's handling himself magnificently, showing that he has the pedigree, and that, you know, oftentimes players ask themselves, or people often ask about players, why are you practicing so much? Why are you in so many different teams? The demonstration that experience can come in super, super clutch and enable you to do things that are somewhat special up over and above what would be possible just off of sheer talent. With that, though, we are now going to be closing out the PUBG Mobile segment, which means we are closing out the second day of the second week here in the Umzansi Esports League. This is the 5th season, brought to us once again by Nodwin Gaming Africa. And if you are excited about what you've seen, let us know wherever you are. If you're watching us on YouTube, of course, drop us a comment. But if you're watching us in a bit more of a terrestrial format, please hop on over to Nodwin Gaming Africa on the social media platforms to let us know what you think about the shows. Let us know who your favorite teams are and who your favorite players are on the FIFA 22 side of things. Of course, with that, you also need to show some love to the talent that have brought you today's proceedings. Viper, Actfire, thank you so much, gentlemen, for the hype, for the knowledge, and for the action that you presented us with this day. Make sure you also go on over and follow them on the social platforms so that they receive the love they deserve for the work they've put in this evening. Now we are done until next week, Tuesday, when we resume the 3rd week. Still a long way to go until the playoffs. Still a long way to go in the Umzansi Esports League. And still a lot of games to go before we crown the best of African esports. Until then, we are signing out. We love you, and we'll see you in the future. Mwah! Till next time.